Okay. So, I had a bit of a change in plans, as you can kind of already see from the splits. I decided to... I mean, the original plan was to, I guess, yeah, go on with the Genin story mode and try my luck out for that, and that's what we're about to do now. But originally, when I was wondering what I should go for this year's anniversary, I was kind of leaning more in the direction of doing it for a tune-in, because I've explained it before, but basically last year I decided to do 2 speedruns. The tune-in percent for the story mode, but also to complete the full game for the first time and actually have a run submitted for that category. Little did I know, though, that because I hadn't actually gone for that, I didn't realize how long it was actually going to be. But more than anything, I ran out of time for how long I could stream for on that day, and because of which I had to actually put the stream on pause, and doing that boosted it over the 12-hour limit that YouTube streaming has. So I knew that it wouldn't document everything, and there was a good chance that a piece, if not a big piece of the run, would be missing, and that is exactly what happened, unfortunately. I was able to keep the stream idle for a while I went back in the playback and literally screen captured the playback of the stream whilst it was still live and idle. So I did that, and I salvaged what I could of that run, and I was only able to get 5 hours of that, 11-hour speed run. So, because of that, there was no tune-in percent story mode that anybody could view. And that's still the case for a full game as well. But and that's pretty much going to stay like that until I update it. But I was I wanted to update the gaining percent though, because there was some things that I wasn't happy about in that run that I'm hoping to rectify today. But the main thing was that I kind of screwed up the tune-in percent from last year because it couldn't be viewed. Didn't really think too much of it. I thought, well, I'll get there eventually. It's not like it's going anywhere. It's not like anybody's gonna bring that to my attention or comment on it. Because these really don't get all too many views, for better or worse. They're as of the time of this stream, nobody has speedrun the game outside of myself. Again, I'm trying to build a bit of a community, be it for speedrunning or modding this game and its predecessor. But yeah, I guess because the emulation for this isn't 1-to-1 yet, and also because it's 360 exclusive, and because it's not backwards compatible, there really just isn't that many replays on the games. So I do understand why they aren't exactly as popular as perhaps they used to be. But lo and behold, I still got a comment. I got someone literally just joining the server just to point out that the tune-in percent run was unavailable and it couldn't be watched. And yeah, that was like, okay, well there you go. Doesn't matter if they are or aren't popular. They're still gonna get some traction on SRC, whether it's listed or not, or viewable or not. So yeah, that was really eating away at me. I was thinking, man, what do I do? I wanted to do the gain percent, but it is bugging me that if I did do gain percent today, I'd have to wait another year, or I want to wait another year, because I just like to do it for the anniversaries because it's more special, I guess. But it's hard to kind of gain the courage to take on a big full 4 or 5 hour game like this. But you know, I was thinking, okay, well, what if? And you can kind of see where this is going based on the time. I basically decided, screw it, I'll do 2. I'll do a practice run of sorts for getting percent, but on TuneIn, and if I get a record, cool, I'll save it. And I'll do the main event a day later, because time zones wise, for you guys it should be the 18th now. So that's, yeah, pretty much where I'm up to for now. Yeah, so I got the TuneIn percent record, which is awesome. I did it all commentary-less, because I didn't want to do like a full, I didn't want it to be like the main event. The main event for today is still the getting percent, and that's what we're going to go for now. And I was hoping that the TuneIn percent, even if it were to be a record, I was hoping that it would be like a good practice run for today, and I definitely did. Reaffirm a lot of things as well as confirm some new things, so it's awesome. And I guess the reason I'm here right now in gameplay is because the first time in I think 2 years now, maybe, getting close to it, I pulled off the speed glitch in this location. I've only really pulled this off once or twice before. I got it on camera when I was, I recorded it on my phone, and I forget if I think I uploaded that to YouTube. If I did, it's not public, but yeah, I was just venting. I was trying to express like my thoughts and opinions on the matter, how, like theorizing how I might have triggered it and all that stuff. But I only had it for Kiba, and it was, a little bit further beyond this location. I was kind of running around, sprinting around, and I was trying to figure out where I triggered it, because it didn't seem to be initially when I loaded into this map. And just for the last run for this record run, I managed to pull it off. Not intentionally, mind you, but I was playing as Naruto. I flipped the switch, and I kid you not, I literally just jogged backwards, and then the autosave kicked in, and then instantaneously, as if the autosave triggered it, I just sped up. Like it wasn't even like a slow, gradual speeding up process. It was like a snap, you're on, you're fast now type of thing. So bizarre, but that kind of tells me that, okay, hey, maybe the autosave is what, triggers this speed glitch. It seems like it's to do with, obviously, the autosave. That has to be a key factor, because for the Kimimaro area, it's the same deal. You get an autosave, and then you speed up if you do it right. I don't know if the jogging state is relevant to it yet. I'm going to try that out in this upcoming run. But I have a theory that the autosave, when that kicks in, if there are frames that are lost during its process, I think that might be what triggers it to speed up the character's movement. Oh, that's another thing too. I noticed when I switched characters, I was also fast, which is very interesting. I didn't know it affected the Amigas that are with you. That said, though, I didn't get to switch to Shikamaru, so I didn't know if it affected him. I only got to switch to Kiba, and I saw he was also affected. A bit of insight, a bit of updates for the glitch. But this is basically what I did. I was playing as Naruto. I took damage a couple of times by the paper bombs. And I sprinted to the switch. Then after I flipped it, I just jogged backwards, autosave Q, and then I was running faster. That's exactly how I did it. But obviously, now it's not working. And the fact that it's not working now, obviously, I saved it before to try to recreate it. But the fact that it's not working now, the only thing I can think of maybe is that you need to do it without loading into it. It might like refresh the cache or something, I don't know. That could be a factor. It certainly could be. Because I saved, this save was actually made about a year or two ago. And it was made around here. Pretty much after I finished the tree action sequence, so yeah. So we'll see if we get that. I'm gonna try to jog when I load into both of these areas, and we'll see if we can recreate the speed glitch, and that'll be that. But yeah, not a bad time though. I was hoping it wouldn't be sub 4 because I did a lot of messy screw-ups, and I wasn't trying as hard as I wanted to because I wanted to leave room for next year, because that was the original plan. If I was going to do Genin today, I was going to do tuning next year, and I still am going to do tuning next year, but for that reason, it's mainly because the mic. I wasn't doing commentary. I want to have commentary when I get sub 4, so hopefully that'll be the case for today. But yeah, that pretty much brings us up to date. I'm gonna quickly grab some snacks before we get started, so I'll quickly just switch that here, and yeah, I'll be back in a few seconds. Alright, let's do it. Okay. So, I think main things for me to take note on the most right now is the QTE stuff with the three-way deadlock. That is oh my goodness, that was embarrassing. I counted it. It was pretty much about 1 minute and 30 seconds of time loss, and it was the first input too. So yeah, that is really cruel. Like, I'll never not praise Storm for, or Storm Series for improving upon that, or well, you know what I mean. Just having it go back a second or two instead of right back to the freaking start. My goodness. Again, yeah, that was the first input. That was bad. It's not so much getting the inputs wrong that I'm concerned about, even though I did see the input and still pressed the wrong one. No, I'm actually concerned about the tapping segment, because I was, like, prior to the tuning percent run yesterday, I was going through there to get to a little beyond that part of the story to test some glitch hunting and strategy comparisons, but yeah, when I was trying to get through that, I spammed it so fast, and it failed. So you can't go too fast, so then I kind of tapped much slower. Still, you know, moderately, you know, fast paced. That still failed. So that really scares me, because that's like, whoa, shit, you really need to be like spot on for it to work. So yeah, I'm a little concerned about that, but hopefully the rest will take care of itself. The bounty hunter, Zenigoke fellow. That's, again, this is why it was good for practice running, because yeah, I fell into a common issue or common trap that me as a runner has fell into in the past, where if you move, if you jump after finishing your conversation with Naruto, you will softlock the game, and if you don't have a profile to load back into the autosave, you are screwed. That is actually what happened for the previous Chunin? Yeah. No. Genin percent. The current Genin percent record, and that's the main reason I'm going to try and beat it now, because I didn't like the way I went about loading back the game. Because that's the thing, I didn't have a profile, so how do you do it? Only ways to drain health, but I didn't like the way I did that. Fortunately though, for the Chunin percent yesterday, I did have a profile, so it was just as simple as yeah, pausing and loading into the autosave, so no sweat there. But I do have to remember, yeah, don't jump, don't move, just hold down LT, you should be fine. A good way to tell is by looking at the map, but I'll bring that up when I bring it up. Because that's another thing, I will, again, like last time with Resident Ninja, I'm going to be going into this speedrun, commentating it to set up a guide for future runners. So yeah, I'm going to try to explain everything as best as I can in the space of time that I'm given. What else do I need to watch out for? Triple threat. I was really rusty on that for the Chunin percent yesterday. So I just did a bit of practice just an hour ago, so I think I'm good. I think I've got the muscle memory now of what I roughly need to do. So far it seems like no shortcuts are going to be faster, because you can jump over the final Shoji boulder, but you need to get to the main gate to flip the switch, but you can't do that without doing it normally, so the whole thing's kind of pointless doing shortcuts. For now at least, I'm hoping we can make that a little faster in the future, but anyway. I think that was the most of it. There was some... Yeah, for the shampoo recipe thing, I came very close actually to the tree. I thought I might have had a chance at skipping the extra bandit, and that was quite surprising, because normally when you boost it to Chunin, the time goes down. In other words, you get an enemy sooner. And the fact that I didn't makes me think maybe I should try this new strategy that I'm going to try for this run, where I take down the Rasengan boulder so I don't waste time trying to jump over it, because you can just make it. Honestly, I've set up a lot of really great comparisons that really confirm what is the fastest route to take. So I'm really excited to implement that finally on a stream like this, on a guide like this. So yeah, that's pretty much everything I wanted to go over. I am super dehydrated, unfortunately, so hopefully I'll be okay to get through this and guide, as a guide should. But yeah, okay, so just make sure the audio is working before anything. Yep. So I'll move it to, just to be sure, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing. Audio is working before anything. Yep. So I'll move it to, just to be sure, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. Just make sure that's on that. Don't want to screw it up. Alright, so, yeah, we'll get started. Try my best to make this guide as understandable as possible. I am going to be going on with the French language, because I'm just kind of going through a period of experimenting with all the different languages to see what might be faster. I've already made a comparison, and it is interesting to see how certain lines are a little shorter depending on the language, which does have a small influence on some of the cutscenes in this game, and that seems to be more noticeable for this compared to Rise of the Ninja. So I'll hopefully have a comparison in the future for all the cutscenes, but for now it's just to get a speed run for all the different languages, but ultimately for comparisons. But anyway, we'll get started. So pretty much time when you accept or you choose your language in this case. So 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, a little delayed. Or is that just the capture card? This is a video, so you can't skip this with A or pause. Be careful with pausing though, because you will pause it in this in-game cutscene. So that's unfortunately one of the downsides to this game. You can't skip cutscenes, so you do have to watch everything. So not really much we can do about that. So each character obviously has a very different moveset, and I'll try to show that. So it's pretty much just rinse and repeat, the same combo, it just differs depending on the character you're playing as. So you want to jump, X, Y, triple Y, up and X, B for block, and then RT for grab. That's just your basic tutorial of the combat. Once that's done, you can pretty much get into it. After that, just spam Y, that is the fastest way to get through this. Killer combos on paper should be faster, but curiously the cooldown time for your opponent makes it slower. When this triggers, you want to actually take damage, because it's slower to just avoid it. And you need to take damage for the cutscenes to trigger faster, so Then we're going to get our first jutsu tutorial. In and then down the commands. This game has a very interesting delay with its with all the controls pretty much. It affects sprinting, it affects jumping, and it very much affects jutsu commands. So I'm still kind of new to timing it, but if you let go right before the jutsu is on the marker, because of the delay, you can get it a little bit faster than if you actually see it on the marker and then release it. It's still something new that I'm trying to get the timing right for, so hopefully I don't screw that up too much.
Est-ce là ce que vous direz en les affrontant?
So for this phase, you kind of want to try to make sure that the first doesn't switch to the second, because you just need to get the health to pretty much where the end of Premiere is, because that will trigger the cinematic I'm about to see, like so. Because if he switches to the second, then you'll have to do the exact same thing. It's obviously a time loss. Fortunately, the QTEs in this game are identical every time on repeated playthroughs. Even screwing up the QTE and come back with the same inputs. So you can actually hold down right now, right, and hold down. But don't do that for these, because for some reason holding it down, these last two inputs causes a failure. So it's kind of interesting programming. Some of them you can hold down, some of them not so much. But we're lucky that it's not randomized like Rise of the Ninja in that respect. I'm always paranoid that I'm going to screw it up for the finale of the Rise of the Ninja speedrun. So for this phase, you can get them to a certain point, and then you can kind of hang back and they will switch, like so. And we need to do that because Orochimaru is obviously the main force here. We need to go off. It's about half or a little over half, and then you kind of just walk away, and hopefully if the RNG is nice, that will happen.
Vous n'avez plus la force.
If you can try to get them cornered, that does seem to help with getting combos. I don't know why, but this game really programmed the AI to have your opponent almost always walk away from you and almost always try to block you. I mean, not that that's a bad thing, it's just, for some reason in this game, yeah, they block a lot more often than Resident Ninja. Even on Genin. I think it's the walking away from your opponent that kind of surprises me. Especially with the hitbox differences. So we're about to get a bit of a tapping segment. You can actually not press a thing and you still get by. It doesn't treat it as a failure because I guess the third's supposed to fail anyway, so that's probably why. But I don't actually know if it's faster if you tap it down or not. I don't think so because it's about the same time. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to make much difference. It's kind of like the end of the game when you have to spam it for the Rasengan and Chidori clash. But it seems to be whether it's an odd number, whether or not it's going to accept it or fail it. So in my case, I just pressed it once then, and I think that's why it succeeded that time. But if you have it even, or you just don't press it, it fails.
Impossible! Comment en avez-vous encore la force?
Tu ne le comprendras donc jamais. Je lutte pour ce que j'aime. C'est de cet amour que naît ma force.
I guess because a lot of the cutscenes in this game are unskippable, it makes for great streaming. You can really catch up on chat during times like these. Yeah, this definitely is more streamable on YouTube as opposed to, say, Resident Ninja, where the copyright's very sensitive about the anime cutscenes, especially the final cutscene before the credits. So now we get to play as Naruto. Curiously, we don't get the segment that was in the Xbox Live Arcade demo, where you'd have to track down Sasuke and battle Gaara. I suppose because we essentially got that part of the story in Resident Ninja, but anyway. So you kind of just, I mentioned it in the Resident Ninja speedrun tutorial, but yeah, jumping from idle appears to be faster for that game. For this game, I don't think it makes that big of a difference. But you just want to do some platforming there. Make sure not to hold down the joystick when it fades out like here, because too often I've held it down and it spawns me in to the rooftop here facing backwards, so yeah, be careful with that. Split. That's on me. The last speedrun attempt I did, I timed it after the third's battle when really it should be here, because that really is the end before a long. Yeah, fortunately, the skippable dialogue in this game is a lot more forgiving compared to Rise of a Ninja, where you have to wait for the text to update, so yeah, you can just really go at it, spam it. Sometimes it's so fast that you get like a bit of a loading screen because you've done it that fast, so it has to catch up. Now this is recent, but I've noticed if you hold left and then circle back to the center of the first tree of every tree action sequence, it does seem to give you a little bit of faster movement at the start. So I do recommend doing that. The cache or the Ryu in this game is very, I forget what it caps off at the start. I think it's either 1,500 or 2,000. You want to update that as soon as possible because you are going to be spending a lot of money to purchase strength pills and health pills, so if you don't upgrade it as soon as possible, it really does get hard to get that while also trying to have as many strength pills for faster battles. So, curiously, quadruple X is not the fastest way to get through battles normally, but because of the AI defending, dodging, and all that, it does seem to make that combo a bit more consistent. Now, for this part of gameplay, because it's a different camera angle, the controls are slightly altered. So you want to hold down left and jump, and then walk up the wall to go as straight as possible for that area. Once that's done, you can go back to normal. This also does affect when you exit Tanzaku Town. Although for that you actually need to hold down pretty much a little like down to the right, sort of. I'm still trying to get it figured out myself because I'm still trying to update that. But that's pretty much roughly the right angle to go straight. And you want to kind of sprint hop after that when you correct your joystick's movement direction. But yeah, I'll explain more when we get closer to that point of the game.
Rejoignez-moi quand vous en aurez terminé.
Sakura, emmène Sasuke loin d'ici. Je me charge de ces types.
Yeah, so a lot of these first few battles are essentially just tutorials to get used to the game, which is, I suppose, fine on the first playthrough perhaps, but yeah, for speedrunning you really do have to go through all of it all over again, and they're all unskippable, surprisingly. Yeah, I found just by using like a whatever cheat engine or just hex editing the executable, it just if you find a way to get around most enemies, you pretty much can't progress with the story, which is very polished considering the amount of content that the game had cut.
Cette fois, c'est à moi que tu vas te frotter.
If anybody does want to try out the fastest method of getting by a battle, it is actually just a single punch. that and double punch with the X are
Si ce n'est que
pretty much the fastest methods to get through a battle, assuming your opponent isn't going to block or dodge or whatever. And I would advise maybe trying that out also for when you unlock Rage. Because I've noticed that by doing that, it's almost like the AI doesn't feel the need to rage. It almost needs like more completed combos when the health is low for the AI to spike into rage. So you'll hopefully try that out later. Got to split, forgive. See, I'm still trying to get used to that. Although to be fair, yeah, no, this is really where it starts. But I'm still trying to get a feel for the timing.
Écoute, gamin, il faut que je finisse ce chapitre. Tu comprends? Trouve autre chose à faire.
Ah, j'aurais dû m'en douter. À chaque fois qu'il voit une fille, il veut s'arrêter. Dire qu'il ne m'a même pas encore appris ce nouveau jutsu.
So now we begin one of the many fillers of the game. I suppose the last one was technically a filler, but kind of view it as a bit of a tutorial. To be fair, pretty much all of these are tutorial based. So this one's probably the most annoying because you can literally do what it says, but it doesn't bring the battle in after you've done it. It doesn't matter how many times you do it. It just seems to be time based when it ends. Like so. So much so that I wonder if I wanted to test this out or set up a comparison, but I want to see if yeah, by putting it side by side, if pausing it has an effect on the timer. But for now, yeah, there really is no way to speed that up. I mean, it is optional whether or not you go for it, because yeah, you can cancel that with B to make it end faster. But yeah, like I said, you kind of want to get the big wallet so you can really store more money, since that's going to be very much needed. Because yeah, the strength pills definitely keep the money coming down. I'm getting the coins as I get these pieces of wood because we need 10 coins for the coming up box of chocolates for the next fill. So it does help getting the coins a little earlier, especially if they're along the route to those pieces. So this is something I want to compare as well. I don't actually know if it's faster just walking to the water and going that way. I mean, it's pretty much the same routing anyway, just left or right. So I don't really think that makes that much time.
Je vous l'avais dit, je suis un ninja. Il n'avait pas la moindre chance.
Voilà. Nous devrions partir sans tarder.
Ouais, débarrassons-nous de ces bandits une bonne fois pour toutes.
Je me demande ce que donnera ça.
Yeah. jutsu tutorial. These tend to go up much slower, so even though the release delay is still there, you kind of have to adjust the timing for that. Sure, let's cook on the coin there.
Tout de suite.
So, I don't know why, but for some reason,
Pas de problème.
switching to an Amiga tends to have like a bit of a delay. Actually, no, not even a delay, it just doesn't work on the first input. But I have observed if you press down on the D-pad and then switch, that seems to kick it into gear and makes it work. Try again. I don't know why the gauge isn't going up. It just did it. Yeah, again, they really treat like the first few battles like full-on tutorial mode. As if Resident Ninja didn't exist. I guess to be fair, they did change a lot of things. There was no overdrive needed its predecessor. So for this, for whatever reason, they've programmed it so you don't even need to press it for a lot of these. So I didn't press the thing there. But you just need to do 1 damage for it to update, so, because obviously, yeah, by getting great or perfect, it's going to, trigger like the full-on complete animation, and it's going to make a little time loss. It's pretty much the same here. When you max it out, just do, again, level 1. Anything, man. Yeah, it's, I don't know why it's like that. I forget if it's different in the demo, but I remember noticing it in the demo when I first played that.
Très bien.
So that's just muscle memory. I don't actually think you need to flip the switch there. Okay, 7 coins. Grab that, one going this way. And this. Excellent.
C'est l'endroit rêvé pour faire une.
Hey,
Rejoins-moi plus tard au restaurant. Je vais y travailler.
Now, for better or worse, they do make you fight pretty much every single friend of Naruto's, except for Squad 7, because otherwise, everybody that you're going to use in the Sasuke retrieval arc, you basically are forced to fight. In this case, it's an argument. In Neji's case, it's a flashback to the chain exams. In Shoji's case, it's the skipping on chip. Kiva's, he interrupts a ninja race just to, I guess, stop the time. Stop Naruto from beating his time, so he interjects to...
Ah, c'est tu l'as.
Yeah, it's just... They pretty much have it for all of them.
Magasin dans le coin.
And I guess the idea is that, well, you're going to use them later on, so you have to have a tutorial for how to play as them. But, yeah. There we go, some chocolates. Now we're going to do that. Can't upgrade our wallet right now. That's okay. We need the strength pills anyway. I tagged Shikamaru out just there because it's faster to, yeah, obviously tag out a character so you can do whatever you need to do and then switch back to skip the travel. So, yeah. Also sets up Shikamaru now, who we need to play as to do this little mini game. Yeah, it's weird. Some of these are like skippable when they immediately pop up, but others you have to kind of wait a couple seconds or so.
C'est parti. La barbe.
Ouais.
So again, I'm trying to set that up so Naruto is already in place for the switch.
Ok.
Now switch to Shikamaru. So we skip a bit of travel there, even if it's very small. Do this little. Yeah, you want to try to avoid this without taking damage because you do get a bit of an animation like so if you screw up. And it's a little lengthy, so you want to try to avoid that. Yeah, I'm trying to keep on the move so I don't lose my momentum, but that's kind of making me stuff up actually. Yeah, a bit like that, where I kind of stuck to the fence to preserve the momentum. Now we get another tutorial. Injecting another bandit. Oh wow, it actually did update the strength pill, even behind that. Yeah, triple Y. Is the fastest Shikamaru. Get another injected bandit. I think it's for Kunai. Yep. Yeah, when the enemy ninja or bandits, if they do that, if they block a lot when you're doing your common, fastest method for combat, doesn't hurt to just hold down and do up and X or up and Y. I've found that doing that as Naruto is really useful, because, yeah, they love to block with Naruto, especially in the later parts of the game. So now that we've done that, switch back to Naruto to skip a little bit of traveling back, and tag Shikamaru back in, because we do still need to use him for this final part. The flower. Flip the switch, because Shikamaru hasn't caught up just yet. And now he should have caught up. Yep, good. I'm going to tag him out so I can, again, do the traveling now. So once I get the flower, I can immediately just walk back next to the girl.
Okay.
So it's all taken care of. And I completely forgot. You can, at this point, upgrade the strength. So I should have done that before it's on me. Yeah, you can do that pretty much as soon as you meet up with Shikamaru, so at the earliest you can upgrade it. LT to cancel the jutsu, switch to Naruto, and that's already taken care of. Then we begin the final phase, getting the pearl. fortunately is pretty much one of the easiest as far as the traveling goes anyway. If I recall correctly, you do actually need to play this cutscene. You can't go around and do it that way. But we get our first, I guess, mini kind of skip. A small piece of terrain, but still a bit of a skip. It's normally we're meant to switch to Akamaru after this bridge is formed, before the switch to open the door. We can actually glide past that if you jump very carefully on that side of the collision, jump off of it, and pretty much land right on the trigger for the fisherman in the game. Be careful not to press RB here, because it can, how do I put it, it tells you that you can quit the game if you press RB, but if you do it then it will not actually register that you've got pearls, so you have to do it again if you get RB, so yeah, be mindful of that. I didn't really set this up well, but there we go. Shimmer's there. I kind of butchered that, but it is faster to do this when you've done it without kind of butchering it like I did. But compared to, because you can do exactly what I did to get across the bridge in reverse if you form another shadow clone bridge and then jump again on that small piece of collision and then to the bridge and then essentially just walk all the way back. Okay, I've still got 2 strength pills.
Hé, ermite pervers, la femme que vous vouliez rencontrer vous attend à l'auberge.
Quoi? Vraiment? Bravo, gamin.
Okay, so I think, okay, there we go. Seems to be time-based for that one. Okay. Yes, a bit of walking. So, yeah, up and Y seems to be the most useful in that predicament. So, I am going to go back to the store. I really should have just gone back then when I was on my way here.
Merci.
Because, yeah, when you go back, you want to be mindful not to run into the tutorial, because this happened to me at the last run. It basically prevented my movement, restricted my movement, so I had no choice but to bring up the menu that it was telling me to bring up. But if you go just a little bit in front of that, yeah, no, you'll just easily avoid that. So for this next part, you get a very interesting oversight with the overdrive meter, because the idea is that Kisame basically strips Naruto of his chakra with the blade, and because of which, when we enter the battle, we have absolutely no chakra. Even if we use chakra pills to replenish it, it actually does not go up. However, what I think they didn't plan on is if you're in battle long enough, which we are, and you have enough time to build up the overdrive meter, that basically is programmed to, irrespective of your chakra value, it's programmed to replenish it so it's full. So if I can do this without screwing up and get it full, I'll go from completely empty 0 chakra to full, and if I were to do a jutsu now, because the chakra is now infinite, because it's programmed not to go up or down, yeah, on paper, if I didn't get interrupted by Kisame, I could get an unlimited amount of levels, compared to having, yeah, like a normal gauge going down. Yeah, it's so bad that I once actually crashed the game, both on Xenia and on console, because yeah, it's very strange. I don't know why, but sometimes you can get it without a model, so you don't have Naruto attacking Kisame. I did that on Xenia, I believe, and the other time it just crashes the game. Normal visuals. But yeah, now we're playing as Sasuke, who seems to be perfectly fine after having a few kunai in his back, a few filler ago. Yeah, just chilling, hiking in the trees, preparing for his eventual ditching of the village. But yeah, the reason I went for the strength pills when I did is because we basically cannot buy anything when we are in a ninja race, like right now. And there are a couple of bandit injected tutorial battles that are, you can jump around them and do some funky exploits to get around them. But again, this game, despite being rushed, is unbelievably polished as far as its script progression goes, because if you do jump around these enemy ninjas and bandits, the rest of the game won't trigger, so we do need to get through these enemies, which is, as you can imagine, it's a speedrun, very frustrating. Y, X, Y is pretty much the go-to combo for me for Sasuke. Seems very reliable for the most part. They love to block it though, so you do have to be wary of that. You can do this funky exploit. It's still very new, so I'm still kind of adjusting to it. It's ever so slightly faster than doing the Chidori, but it's totally personal preference. Let me get another event injected right now. So you might notice that pretty much every time a battle triggers for me, I dodge backwards as often as I can, because the AI loves to attack you as soon as a battle triggers, or the battle starts, and because of which that does pretty much always get in the way of trying to have a strength pill to start the battle off with, so timing for this is a little finicky, and sometimes it can get in the way of doing this little skip. Oh, nearly butchered that. But yeah, another Chidori rock that can be skipped, which is awesome. But the game will get me back for that, because when we get to the Sasuke retrieval arc, when he meets up with the Sound 4 in the forest, you need to hit both all two Chidori rocks to actually trigger the next cutscene to load in. Because you can jump around them, and despite that, it doesn't update the game. So for this next battle, it starts off with again a bit of a tutorial. Mini one, but it just tells you to do a killer combo, and most of the times Itachi tries to do his shotting gun from the start, so you kind of want to just go for it at the start, dodge right into him, go for that killer combo, and after you've performed it, then trigger the strength pill. That's usually what I do.
J'ai toujours cru que le clan Uchiwa avait été totalement décimé.
Yeah, killer combos are really the go-to when you need to have time to either take a strength pill or whatever pill, or if you need to do a jutsu to end the battle, like in this case. So in that case, I might do another killer combo that has a bit of cooldown. Yeah, there you go. Right on cue, try to do a shotgun gun. So this killer combo that I like using, I think it's not just useful for the amount of damage it does, but it's also, despite being a killer combo, the cooldown time is nowhere near as much as the others. It pretty much immediately gets up. For this last one, I'm going to do that because I need the, again, cooldown time to allow me to do the jutsu. So yeah, for that last bit of health, you want to kind of maybe switch up the killer combo, because I have found that yeah, doing the go-to one, the faster one, again, it's the cooldown time ultimately that makes you pay for it if you do it for the final one. And yeah, now Sasuke's Labyrinth. You kind of get a feel for the like where all the walls are with practice. It pretty much starts you facing in the opposite direction of where you need to go. Then we get this. Again, you can immediately skip this, but others you can't. Again, with this, you get a feel for it. You just keep the blue and orange in the center. Yeah, despite these being videos, unfortunately you can't skip these. So that's the thing, usually most videos in the game can be skipped. I think it's to do with the time. I think if the cutscene video is long enough, you'll get the ability to skip it, but because most of these are very short, I think that's why you can't skip it. So this is what I was talking about before. I need to compare more cutscenes like this, where it's solely line based on the length of it before you can skip it, and because, you know, we're on a different language, it might be faster for different languages. Like I know for a fact that later on for the shampoo filler arc, that it is faster in English because I compared it to Japanese and French, and yeah, just the line seems to be just a little bit faster in length. And that's the thing, when it ends, it gives you the ability to press A to skip out of it and trigger the battle or whatever. So I'm actually not going to go after some strength pills, because the next battle that we need to go into will be against Kiba, and that is when it tells you about strength pills, and I think when it does that, it actually gives you a number of strength pills. Let's do the left right, my bad. So tree action sequences are yeah, obviously very useful for getting the money back up. There are certain routes, like that right route, unfortunately I didn't have any money, but a lot of the long log kind of routes have a lot of money on it, so you kind of have to prepare for those routes to get them.
Voilà, nous y sommes. Grande Sakon. Cela signifie qu'il sera bientôt temps pour toi d'apprendre son nom.
Vraiment? Quand? Et pourquoi pas tout de suite?
Patience. J'aimerais d'abord me renseigner un peu sur toi. Un festival bat son plein et je suis sûr que nous nous installerons à l'auberge. Tu devrais te plaire ici, non? Tu trouveras tout un tas d'endroits idéaux.
Yeah, curiously, you can't skip this next
Il semble
tutorial.
qu'il y ait un dojo ici. Sonne seconde, et quelqu'un viendra te faire travailler dans ta jutsu. Bon, je pars me renseigner à propos de Tsunade.
I guess it's not so much a tutorial, it's more so showing you the dojo and what you can do when using it. But fortunately, it doesn't force you to do too much. It's literally just the one combo a few times, rinse and repeat. But after you do the one, yeah, you can pretty much immediately exit out of it and progress with the story. So this is another comparison I want to make. I don't know if it's actually faster to do the full combo or just to do two like that. Yeah, like right there, I tried to do my downward movement on the joystick to combat the inverted controls for that brief second, but again, I'm still trying to get used to it. So this is a really fun skip. If you get through the first, what is it, coming up, 9 or so? 8. If you skip the first 8 and then sprint to the end, be very careful because it's kind of, it's not pixel perfect, but it feels it sometimes. Yeah, you can skip the entire race, but from that point on, but yeah. It's something that curiously was apparent. It's a glitch that can be done in Resident Ninja. The most notable is for the acquaintance. Of Jiraiya's toward the end of the game.
Okay.
Oh. Again, like 2 or 3 seconds. So this next part coming up is it's a recent update with the skip for it. It's not a major skip. It basically just skips the one of the Shatterclone bridges. But I had a lot of fun trying to really figure out what the heck you need to do, because for the longest time the strat kept on changing, because I just needed to remember how to do it but kept on forgetting. But now I've pretty much summed down exactly what needs to be done. Because it's ultimately updating the X, because that was the biggest hurdle to overcome, because normally when you do form the bridge, you walk across it and that updates the X. But I guess that's the thing, because we're going to be skipping the bridge, as it is faster, you do still need to reach that X to update it. So because of that, we do need to
Quelque chose cloche.
go backwards. But the problem with doing that is because we're not walking across a bridge, it's still a little bit awkward with updating it. So it is still faster, but you'll see what I mean. We're pretty much up to it now. Just need to do the reset of the trap. So yeah, pretty much like Shikamaru, triple Y is the fastest for Kiba. Again, it's just the blocking that they love to do, which is really kind of frustrating. As well as the, as mentioned, them like walking away from you type of thing. And if that happens for Kiba, I guess, yeah, just toward the enemy and X. This is the go-to.
Très drôle. Si tu
Let's
m'aidais à
update that, forgive me.
Ok, j'arrive.
Okay, so yeah, I'll do this. Curiously, you can actually...
Ça n'a rien vu, j'espère.
There we go. Yeah, curiously, you can actually trigger this on the doors. If you're like to the right of the door and do the jutsu, you don't have to be right next to the port. Okay, here we go. So I do need to play as Kiba for this, since we're going to need to do that trap thing again. So this is a little specific, but you need to sprint, drop off the first rock, land on the second one, then jump. For some reason that allows you to make the jump. Then you need to reach this point where it will stop your gameplay. Then you need to jump off, land, and then walk a few feet ahead. And that should update the X. Be careful of the bombs here. Again, you kind of get a feel for it with practice. You can sprint across here and skip the water walking, and most consistent after that is walking on the water here, avoiding the paper bombs, reaching here, and then doing the Akamaru minigame. Saves a little bit of time, but it does count, and it's fun to perform once you really get it right. And we needed to do all that because it basically tells this little cutscene to play, because if it doesn't, the battle coming up now, Naruto. And I just tagged Naruto back in because obviously, yeah, it's faster to use Naruto at the current moment, because he does have the scrolls. Sorry, not scrolls, the strength upgrade. But, yeah, the reason I didn't upgrade my strength pills is, again, it pretty much immediately grew me into a ninja race, and as I said before, once you're in a ninja race, you can't go to the shops to buy stuff, so... Yeah, unfortunately, this is like one of the only times in the game that you will probably be stripped of strength pills.
Je croyais que t'étais censé faire un...
At least you detour back to Tanzaku. But, so you don't need to flip that switch, curiously. Oh, here we go. So, okay, we don't have enough for that, but we are going to buy that. I'm going to save up for that, because, yeah, like I said, the sooner you get it, the better it's going to be for the future of the run. We better get some money, since we definitely need it. And, yeah, it's a little finicky at the moment because, you know, we're about to do the bounty hunting and there's like a good 3 or so enemies that you have to get through, and if we don't have the strength pills for that, it's going to be a bit. So, in that light, I might just buy one and try to get through that. I mean, obviously it's not going to last for the whole 3 enemies, but, you know, we are trying to save the coins for it. Yeah, for the wallet upgrade. Okay, so just want to have this reaffirmed. What's the deal? Okay, there we go, we can get it now. Let's go. I can get as many as I can. 2, I'll take it, I'll take it.
Hein? Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Split. There we go.
Salut ce fond. Benoît, comment ça va?
Okay. Now I'll try this backwards joystick gameplay again. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, I'm still trying to get a feel for that, but it is inverted pretty much. Well, almost inverted. I've tried just dead down, and that doesn't seem to really work. So for this next part, I'm on 2 minds whether to take the, on paper, faster route, but the risk at the same time of triggering an enemy ninja. So I didn't do it for the last run. I kind of feel like I should have done it for that instead of this. I won't do it because I do want this to be world record. But I'm actually going to tag out Shikamaru and Kiba because I'm going to need them to switch back to them once I'm done with this cash cow. Gotta do some careful sprint hops there. There we go. Check if I can upgrade the strength, because I think you can, getting close to this point. Curiously, you can actually use D-pad to do battle for your movement, but you can use the D-pad for battle in battle mode, so outside of story. I don't know why it was programmed that way, but it is. Especially since Rise of a Ninja, you could still use the D-pad in story mode. So yeah, by tagging Shikamaru and Kiba out, essentially, okay, I missed a bit of money there, no matter. Main thing is we upgraded the wall. Yeah, by tagging the others out, I was able to skip all the journeying back from those enemies all the way back to the tree, so even if you get bad RNG with your AI, your enemy ninjas, you still it's still faster. You can catch up to the good RNG attempts if they didn't tag out. So yeah, a bit of a nifty skip as far as the exploration goes. Okay, no. Split. There we go.
C'est notre rue ici. Si vous voulez circuler, va falloir payer. 100 000 et tout de suite.
So for this next part, unless you write down the values for the score you need for the mini games coming up, I suggest like really just kind of looking at the value now. So in my case, I need to get 58. You want to try to go for these dark-looking fish because they are the most expensive, I guess, or the ones that up the value faster. Almost. There we go. Just. Sorry, can I upgrade? Yes, I can. Let's go. Ooh, only just. So no, I couldn't before. All right. Pull down a little bit. Nah, I'm still not getting that. I'm either not doing it enough right, or I'm doing it too far right. So this was really useful the last run I did. So I was able to confirm how to pretty much do this in 2 tries, and I'll try to do that now. So if you, I guess to start off, that first attempt I did, I failed on purpose because you kind of need to update the conversation. But once that's done, you want to kind of take your time on this first phase. You want to get roughly about 82-83%. Because by doing that, I believe it updates it, so if you, on the second attempt, go as fast as you can without screwing up, you can get it in 2 tries. So I pretty much did this exact method for both phases, for the water balloon and the rubber ball. Okay, I kind of screwed that down. I was either going too fast on that first attempt, or I not fast enough on that. But that seems to be how to get it in 2 tries, based on the last run. It might be something else I'm missing, but that seems to be it. There we go. Now we get Ninja Art Whack-A-Mole, the minigame. You can take this small kind of shortcut. I don't know how much that helps, but yeah. Alright, 260. Sorry, not Whack-A-Mole, that's next after this. This is actually really frustrating if you're going for the full game percent. That is... I cannot believe how unfair it is to get the top score. The time for these, like the little circular looking HUD above the inputs, expires before you even get a chance to input the input. So yeah, it's really wild, and I didn't even get the gold coin I was after because, you know, I tied the score. Oh, there we go. Kind of got it. But yeah, I tied the score and it still didn't give me the gold coin, so it's really whack. But unfortunately, I don't need to get the top score for this category.
Cet objet-ci est plus solide. Il sera donc plus difficile de le faire éclater.
Alright, so again, Take my time a bit. That was too good, I think. Again, you need to have like a low 80. Oh, thank goodness. So I think based on that, it doesn't matter on the final result of the first phase as long as you are slow enough for some. Because I did slow it down toward the end. And now we get the actual whack-a-mole part. The only, I guess, filler-esque part of this whole, I guess, canon element. Because that's the thing, we're doing Rasengan training, but I guess the writers thought, hey, let's prolong this a little bit. And I missed the score. What do I need? 112. So yeah, everything we're doing right now, unfortunately, is for, it's not for the Rasengan training. So you want to try to not miss a single one, because that pushes the doubler up to 4, and that's obviously going to make it go faster. Yeah, I remember, like, it's so easy to just spam it, to do it that way, but of course by spamming it, it's going to mean missing, and by missing it's going to push it back down to 1. There we go. Cool. Alright, gotta give it to Jiro. Sure. There we go. Kinda got it. So that was down left. So it might depend on where you are when you exit Tanzaku Town, depending on your direction there.
Allez, c'est la dernière étape. Je suis sûr que je maîtriserai son jutsu avant la fin de la journée.
Nous verrons ça. Bon, tu as appris à maîtriser la rotation et la force. La dernière étape. Consiste à combiner les deux.
If you hold down, it does screw it up a little faster, which you kind of want to do for that first one. And the whole point is you mess it up and then dry it. Basically just because, yeah, it's not as easy as it looks, huh? But yeah, the next 3, yeah, just try to keep it sensitive. It does get harder towards the end, but that's the way it's programmed. Okay, pushing that.
Ce jutsu. Eh, Petit, qui t'a enseigné le Rasengan?
Yeah, I'm surprised that's not gold.
Cette technique-là, qui te l'a appris?
Moi.
Yeah, obviously by doing the Rasengan training for the first 2 phases, within 2 tries, it's obviously going to be quite the time save. do I have... Okay, I've got no strength pills. Alright, I am going to quickly detour. Because even though it's minor, for me it does help. And can we do this? No, we cannot. Not yet. Yeah, I think I was right. Depends on where you are when you exit it, because I was going from left to right that time, because of which down and right seem to work. So yeah, I think that is the trick. Because it is inverted, that much is known, but as far as the left and right goes, it depends on where you are, where you're exiting from. Yeah, we do need as many strength pills as possible for this upcoming phase. I should have went to the shop before leaving. That's on me. But yeah, because Kabuto coming up, yeah, it's not a pretty battle to get through. Sasuke kind of behaves like him towards the end of the game, where you'll just be battling and without hand signs at all, just randomly the jutsu will just automatically trigger and it's really frustrating. And they basically get put in a state of like insta-sub, where it doesn't matter what you do, they will sub pretty much every time. And if you don't do your jutsu in time, theirs will just automatically trigger, so it's really frustrating. I don't know. I guess they thought it would make it more difficult by doing it that way, but yeah, you want to just trigger your jutsu when you're in that state as soon as you can. And then that way it doesn't hurt to have like a bit of a chakra pill to make your gauge a little, I guess, bigger because of the chakra pill. But that comes after this first phase where we have to play as Jiraiya. For Jiraiya, he is faster to use than Tsunade. Pretty much triple Y is again the fastest combo to use. Unfortunately, the animations are very slow, and that does leave room for the AI to get back. So. I don't know why, I can't seem to sub out of that. He likes to do that combo a lot. Get a nice visual of Naruto just idle by. No Kabuto in sight. I don't know why, I don't know if my timing's weird for that, for the jump combo. I'd hate to think that it needs to save it for it. To be fair, with this being the fastest to get through the phase, I haven't compared it yet to Tsunade's summoning jutsu. I don't know. There is a chance that maybe doing max level summoning jutsu, there is a chance that could maybe deal more damage and do it faster compared to doing that. So yeah, that is something I still have yet to compare. But as far as combos go, Jiraiya is the fastest to use with triple Y.
Dis-moi, Orochimaru, quel intérêt y a-t-il à enseigner à un génie? Plus un ninja maîtrise de jutsu, plus il est puissant. Sasuke a assez de potentiel pour les maîtriser tous. Tu ne l'as jamais compris. Ces jutsu ne font pas la force d'un ninja. La vraie force vient de sa volonté de ne jamais.
Alright.
Et en cela,
And now we begin the popup-tut phase.
Si tu n'abandonnes pas, je me...
Which, yeah, we kind of want to use as much strength pills and get as many combos in as possible to get the health as low as possible, because we want to try to get the Rasengan first try to end it. Okay, phase has been activated. Chakra. He's going to start replenishing his health. Yeah, okay, that's weird. The chakra pill didn't actually allow the jutsu to go up then. I don't know why. I don't know if it's only specific to this first attempt. It could be because it has to trigger the tutorial, maybe. Strength pill and do what we can. Another chakra pill. Gun. Yeah, you can see that time it allowed me to do multiple levels, so I'm still in my mind debating whether or not it's faster to. Okay, there we go. We've got it. Second try. Let's go. I'm still debating in my mind whether or not it's faster to do what I just did, where I, as he's replenishing his health, build up the multiple levels with the chakra pill. Or if I just do a single level or two, because that's the thing, his health is going up as your jutsu is going up, so I don't actually know if it's faster to let it build up or not. Based on this, I would say it probably is faster to let it build up the jutsu levels, but that might not be consistent. Depends on where his health is, I guess. Now we get the summoning inputs, which are consistent. Which is great. Not that it wasn't in Rise of the Ninja, but yeah, I'm a little nervous for this because the inputs, like I said, for QTEs, they are the same, but when there is a tapping segment, and it doesn't matter if you are going at a moderately fast pace or if you're going super fast, it will fail. So you need to be like exactly where the game wants you to be for it to update. So yeah, and if you screw up that first input, for example, you lose a minute and 30 seconds, because it takes you back to when Naruto Rasengan's Kabuto. It doesn't take you back to after you do the inputs for the summoning. You go back to the very start of this cutscene. So screwing up now is really costly. And yeah, so obviously avoiding that would be nice. Yeah, that is the tapping segment that scares me, because like I said, it just, yeah. If you go too fast or even normal like tapping speed, it can still punish you, so it's very scary as a speedrunner. Oh, I haven't screwed this up as much as the other one. Then we get our final input. Y. There we go. Three-way deadlock is done, sir. Let's go.
Comme tu as refusé de soigner mes bras, Solange.
And that's, yeah, obviously gold, because the last attempt I did, yeah, I did screw up on the first input, and holy cow, did I feel that 1 minute and 30 seconds of time loss. Yeah, that was, yeah, painful. Because that's the thing, there is literally nothing that can be done about it. When you're in the cutscene, you can't skip it, you can't trigger it to start playing after you do the summoning inputs. So I'll absolutely praise Storm every time this plays again. Every time I revisit this game, Storm absolutely nailed R2 QTEs going back a couple seconds if you screw it up, and having different animations when you screw up. Because if you screw up in the third Hokage and Orochimaru battle, it just plays the Hokage falling down animation for every chance or every input that you screw up on. Conversely here, if you screw up on any or all inputs, it just plays Orochimaru smiling, and you know, that's it. At least with Rise of a Ninja, at least it kind of made sense because it was related to Shukaku and it was related to Naruto falling off because you're trying to dance around him to get to Gaara. But I definitely feel like they could have had a bit more with the different outcomes. But you know, again, can't really say too much since it is again a rushed game. So we need to get to the hospital now. And the fastest way to get to the hospital is through what rails we have accessible, because we don't have the third level buildings because they've all been destroyed by the big snakes. So for now we can only really get to level 1 and 2 buildings, and that's more than enough to get us close enough to the hospital. So yeah, I'm actually taking a bit of a route that I took in Rise of a Ninja. So now we go over here, to the left, which will take us to the rail that takes us directly to the hospital. So saves actually quite a fair amount of time compared to just sprinting to the hospital. So
Sakura! Oh, tu ne vas pas le croire! Elle va soigner Sasuke! Grâce à elle, tout va enfin s'arranger au village! Vous devez être la personne dont Gai Sensei m'a parlé. Sauvez Sasuke, je vous en prie.
Je ferai de mon mieux.
Sasuke, t'es réveillé! Oh, c'est qu'on était vraiment inquiets, mon pote. Sasuke! Oh, Sasuke! Je suis tellement heureuse!
Le petit dur à cuire aurait donc un point faible.
Eh, ce n'est pas fini? Il y a encore du boulot?
it's probably the fastest split that I've got for the game. Because it quite literally is just to the hospital and then to house.
C'est bon d'être dehors.
And then you just walk out once that cutscene's done, and then split.
Oui. Personne ne t'en voudra si tu abandonnes ta formation de ninja.
Because yeah, now it's just cutscene to cutscene, and then we begin the Zenegoke Neji bounty hunting filler mission.
Je n'ai plus le moindre espoir.
I think, I forget if I mentioned this already, but you want to be careful when you talk to him, because you can trigger a battle when speaking to Neji before triggering the mission, and that will create an unnecessary battle. And I think by doing that you might even be able to restrict the usage of strength pills. I'm not sure if that was intended. Programmed intended for the battle coming up, or not, because it's a flashback to the training exams, but we'll find out. So I'm going to take it a bit more slower this time. But conversely, after the battle, it's going to ask us to do the Byakugan to see the paper bombs. We're going to be careful there, because if you jump or move before it gives you the prompt, it will basically get rid of the minimap, and for some reason by doing that it prevents the game from loading the next paper bombs after that. So it kind of soft locks the game, and if you don't have a profile to load back into the autosave prior to that, yeah, it's not looking good. Quite a fair amount of or an unfair amount of time loss. Now let's see, can I upgrade? No, I can't. I need 750 for the strength. That's pretty much all you want to upgrade for the stats. It's the same thing I did last time. Okay, here we go. talk. There we go. It's a little too easy to get verse match, start a verse match prompt to show up. Okay. Okay, good. I can get strength pills. So yeah, the time when I didn't get strength pills, I'm guessing that was because I accidentally spoke to him before getting the proper dialogue for this part of the story. Because of that, I had a really weird kind of gameplay. I couldn't use pills, and my gameplay seemed a little stiff and weird. I don't know why. So yeah, like I said, don't jump, don't move. I'm gonna try holding LT and see if that works. Yes, it does. So that's basically what you want to do. Just hold down LT for that entire thing till you see gameplay. Once that's done, you're free to move. It just saves any soft blocking potential from happening. So for these locations, I've got them pretty much down memorized, so you just kind of want to do it a few times till it really sinks in where they are. The first two are very similar because they're on these bridge-looking areas. So then from there under the bridge here, and then to the top of the hospital, then to the area where Herbie Sage was in Rise of the Ninja, sort of. A bit more where the hut was, but anyway. Haven't really got my routing down yet. There we go. Now, more on the outskirts. And I always found it funny how the paper bomb is here for the final one. And then we go to the Hokage mansion to report it, and then we have to come back to the pretty much exact same location to find the pup. Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel the padding in that respect. But you can do some pretty cool, if you can get it first try, you can actually get into the gates like that. I didn't really need to do that, and that obviously wasn't the tunnels because of the other time I butchered it, but if you can get that, especially when you need to access the far left door of the mansion, yeah, it's super useful. So again, haven't really got a good setup yet for routing what's fastest for this yet, but I am willing to bet that sprinting to the perp is faster than taking rails for this particular case. Now hopefully I should still have, yes I do, good strength pills from Kabuto because I still have I'm actually going to do my jutsu here. Normally it'll be slower than just through the animation, the jutsu charge, as well as the tutorial prompt for that first one. But strength pills really do expire quite fast, so you kind of want to do that as often as possible. Oh, that's another thing too. If you are going to do jutsu that doesn't take you to like a mini game type of build, where it's like something that's basic, that's going to maybe up your strength or recover your health. I've noticed when you successfully pull off the jutsu, unlike Rise of a Ninja, where it will still return you to the gameplay as if time was, frozen. Broken Bond, on the other hand, treats it as if every single state has been reset, and instead of being, say, on the ground recovering like it was for me when I triggered the jutsu, they are, after the jutsu animation finishes, they are already completely recovered and attacking you, so it's like a full-on reset of everything. So yeah, be mindful of that if you're gonna use jutsu more than I. Yeah. I'm gonna stick to the left here to get some more money, because I've found consistently this specific tree action sequence has a lot of money on the left route. That started. Similarly to the routing in the village for this mission. Still haven't got this next part down perfectly yet, but the idea I think is faster because you basically want to tag out Neji at this point, then have Naruto do the Rasengan because we need to do that to trigger the next cutscenes. And for the next part normally you'd have to flip a switch to stop a spiky looking gate, but you can bypass that. You don't need to do it. If you carefully land on the outside of this fence, sprint hop out of the camera. There we go. A bit awkward. Because that will make us trigger this, and then that will make us trigger the cutscene that needs to play. Because if you skip this cutscene, yeah, it's not pretty. Yeah, it doesn't update the game. So that's interesting. That's the second time I've done that today. And yeah, that did not. Oh, here we go. So I'm gonna get the strength scroll. I don't need to upgrade the pouch anymore. We're pretty much covered. So we'll grab ramen since I've got none. So yeah, not too bad for the most part. Yeah, it definitely does get harder to get the right money to upgrade the wallet while trying to keep the strength bills up as much as possible. But like I said, the main thing is to get the first wallet upgrade, because that is the most important thing to do. I just missed a bit of money there. Never mind. So I'm going to try and get this next skip, which is fairly new. So you want to land on that rock, not do that. Land on this next rock, jump off pretty much as soon as possible because the collision's a little finicky. Yeah, at this point it's faster to do it normally, but I want to try for this because I want to get a bit more familiar with this. Pull it off a bit more regularly. Alternatively, you can go for this rock over here. And not do that. I could easily just switch to the clones, but I really want to master this. There we go. And then from here, jump there. So on paper that is faster, but I totally butchered that. Now you gotta be careful here because it's so easy to screw this up in multiple ways. Yeah, that's a clutch jump, but you can skip the Rasengan barrier and the spike if you do it right. I didn't miss. I missed the rock, but I missed the. I didn't miss the spikes in the last run. I also skipped one of the Neji palm rotations. Oh my goodness. You'll also notice I'm using ramen in the menu instead of... Man, I forgot to tag Naruto in. Shit. Where's Naruto? Okay, and he's back here. Well, there we go. I'm learning as I go. It is new, like I said, forgive me. I like how Neji just teleports immediately. Okay, there we go. Not too bad. Try this again. No. Try it again. So, okay. Nah, we'll go for it. So I want to make sure this is all... Yeah, it is precise. But the reason I'm not really lingering too much on the right... Nah, screw it. Main thing is, at least I did it once. Which is it gonna be? Wow, this is time lost big time. Come on. There we go. There's a paper bomb there. Gotta be careful of. Now the reason I was playing as Neji is because I was fearful that I'd trigger this. Which fortunately I didn't this time either. Jumped over another paper bomb. Yeah, there's a lot you can skip. This Rasengan boulder, like the last one, seems to be a bit precise where you need to be. I tend to do it at least a couple feet before it, because if you're like right on it, touching it, it doesn't seem to trigger. So yeah. So yeah, that was a little ugly, little butchery, but you get the idea of what's faster and what's ideal. So now we get this part where we're supposed to play as Neji. Get this. So he was mid-jump, now he's on the ground. Like I said, it really does reset everything. Probably not worth going for another strength build, but I've noticed that towards the end of the health, the AI kind of spikes a little bit and they tend to fight back a lot more. And that's also true for Rise of a Ninja.
Ah oui, je pense que tu oublies quelque chose. Je ne suis pas venu seul. Hein?
There we go.
Je suis peut-être un génie, mais mes amis sont tout aussi
So
talentueux.
supposedly caught the pup, which means return to the village. But wait, there's more. So for this you can just sprint across. There is paper bombs if you jump there, so be mindful of that. I did something very interesting on this particular palm rotation puzzle. I kind of skipped it. I got hit by a whole bunch of kunais, and it, instead of push me like back, it actually pushed me forward, and by doing that I was able to not complete the little mini game, but it did make me get past it, so I didn't have to complete it. So I don't know how I did that, but that is something to be note of in case. It's something to look into in the future. Where am I going? So I think I used pretty much all my strength pills on that, but no matter, there's still a shop in front. I don't know if I mentioned it before. There's so much to explain, but yeah, ramen. It is faster to eat ramen by pressing LB and triggering the menu to have it that way. It's faster to do that compared to holding down LB and eating the ramen in gameplay, because doing it in gameplay does play the animation. Doing it in the menu doesn't play the animation, so if you're going to have ramen going forward, be sure to do it in the menu. And I'll just split it and get to this. Actually, I'll do it after the Hokage, because there is a cutscene. I'm gonna try again, try and get this, what do you call it? This little skip, getting into the inner parts of the mansion. Jumped a little early. Nah, butchered. Yeah, it's a bit finicky, the collision, but you can sprint hop right on it and jump off of it, which is really cool when it's done. Split. Holy cow, that was a gold. It went so well in the last run. I wonder why. Could be because I was on Shunion and that means longer and a little bit more difficult AI. So, yep. The next Amiga battle incoming. He's still walking away even as Jersey. Oh, that's interesting. Would be nice to just use one, but oh well. Now we get this Churgy, I guess, minigame of sorts. Might not be something to make a note on, but if for whatever reason you're gonna like save and come back to this, or if you're low on health and you get game over, be mindful of, I guess that, just coming back to this part of the story, because for your jutsu, we've obviously got like a much faster gauge going up. It's more shorter to get to. If you save and come back here, or if you run out of health and come back here, it reverts back to the normal long delayed process. So a slight difference in time, but it does make the difference. So again, you kind of get a feel for this with practice. They're pretty close by to the last two, so pretty memorable. Yeah, we get this one down here, and then the final one next to the hospital, on the hospital. For that, you kind of want to take the same route I took when going from the gates to the hospital, but of course we're coming from this way, so we want to get to that part. Thanks, sir. Little off route from my typical routing, but again, I'll hopefully have more comparisons in the future, so really sum down what is the fastest. But yeah, from here, just rail to Naruto. You want to kind of carefully drop off here because it's easy to miss. And then back to Naruto. Here. So I've kind of I've gotten stuck in the past for this small money. I've gotten stuck here a couple of times in the past coming up. But if you are not careful and you sprint hop just forward, it's so easy to get caught in the gate that opens. Because there's an animation of it opening up when it finishes loading you there. And if you sprint hop as it's opening, when the doors finish opening, it can actually trap you, basically. So it's an easy fix. You just load back in and you're fine. Another reason why it's good to have a perform. So I'm going to quickly get some upgrades for this. Here, spend all I can do. sprint hop to beat that. Be mindful of this. We'll switch to Shoji before all of this actually, because you need to set him up for this. You don't even need the Shadow Clone Bridge. Curiously. But it is possible to fall into the spikes if you're not careful on that, so again, practice makes perfect. Yeah, still need Shoji because we need to do another barrier. And you'll notice True Naruto's not tagged out right now, but as soon as we finish this, he will be, because it's going to force us to, again, have us battle enemy ninja, or potato ninja as they like to call them. So, yeah. Really do need strength for this here. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that's not launched yet. So we don't have it for this battle. Yeah. Triple quadruple X is the fastest for Choji, needless to say. Okay, yeah, now we learn it. Let's play this. No. And I jumped, I don't know why I jumped. Yeah, obviously avoid that. I guess you can always cancel out of the jutsu.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. And hopefully Choji will catch up with you, but of course he won't.
Yeah.
What? Why is he back here? I don't know why he's doing that. Okay. Random. Slower. This with Naruto now. Ninja chips. Yeah, we're really starting to see the effects of the scroll being upgraded now, so that's really great. Probably should have used the strength build for the last one, he had more health. And then that guy just comes out of nowhere from the wrong route. Because he came from, yeah, the opposite end. We're back here. So, you could technically go back to the tree we came from to get back to the village, but then while that skips the Shadow Clone bridge making, it doesn't skip the cutscene that you still need to have played, so yeah, it's not really a skip. Which is weird though, because I could have sworn that in the past I have skipped at least one of the in-game cutscenes by taking the tree I came from. I know you definitely, for the fireworks one, you definitely have to, it's definitely faster to go back. Because it points you in the wrong direction, but yeah, you can just take the faster one and it still outcomes the same way. This little cutscene, which means I can now do that. Yeah, I didn't think that was gold. Now we go home, so we can set up the fixing of the village. And curiously, you can actually move for this, when it finishes that, before the time actually starts, so it's kind of interesting. Whoa, damn it. So what am I doing? That's what I'm doing. I want to get to this rail. So you can jump at the end there. Make it easier to get to there. Yeah, I kind of butchered that, but you get the idea. So again, you get a feel for where they are. Practice. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. The inputs for that seem to be a little start and stoppish, even though I'm full on tapping it, spamming it. And you kind of go back here, sort of. To the route of the scroll shop, since it's here. And then the final one's on the other side of the gate. So I guess this is the thing, we don't have access to the top buildings, so we don't get the faster routes with the rails yet. So we really have to be mindful of which ones we take to get to where we need to go. Can I get Kiba?
Salut!
Unfortunately, the ninja race skip that was done when we were playing as Naruto, trying to beat Kiba's record, that whole glitch doesn't appear to be present for any of the later ninja races, so it kind of sucks. It would be nice if there was more skips, but I think they were a little bit more mindful of that. So I get the feeling they found the problems that were there in Resident Ninja's ninja races, because there is more than one. Yeah, I don't think it's faster to just jump off the rail there. I think it's faster to just end it normally and then sprint hop. There we go. Almost done.
Bonjour.
Again, same deal here. Curiously, you do need to do this in order. I think you can do the paper bombs out of order, but this is very specifically which one you need to do first, because otherwise I would have tried to go to the behind of the mansion and try for that one first. Try to fix that into the route. Yeah. Oh well, no matter. That. Yeah, again, I'm still kind of figuring out a lot of these routes. I'll have to set up more comparisons. But this one's pretty straightforward. And I'll try it for this again, because this time around we do need the furthest door for the mansion. I'm totally butchering it for this run. There we go. I'd just like to get it once, just first try for this. That'd be nice.
Merci.
And there we go. That takes care of that. Strength upgrade, let's go. Yeah, it's at this point where the strength, like, we really start to notice a big change in the damage we do, because, like, yeah, there's a lot. There's a big jump, because we basically just upgraded just then, of course, but more than that, I'm actually going to go on a bit of a detour, because I believe that the time it takes to go for this detour is more than worth it, because it seems to make all the battles from now to the end just so much more fun to get through, I guess. As we'll soon see. Because that's the thing. Normally we're meant to pretty much get from the Hot Spring Resort all the way to the other side, to the other tree, to basically take us to Tanzania Town. But in that journey to that tree, it just so happens that we have Choji with us at this point. And it just so happens that we need Choji to break down a barrier to allow us to access a very specific ninja card. Oh, hello. Yeah, so we'll have to take this skip because, again, we didn't do the Chidori. Yeah, I'm really starting to notice there's two little changes in the run because of these new skips that I'm implementing into the story. Let's just check my strength pills. How's that going? Oh, I'm fresh out. Okay. I'm going to tag everybody out. So I need to get everybody into position. I'm going to get Naruto to go. Actually, no, what am I saying? I need Naruto for the battle. Duh. I need Neji to do a bit of detouring. We need the pills. And we need to get this set up so we're ready for Tanzaku travel.
Okay.
Now they're Choji's province. If I can find a way to bypass Choji team to do this, holy cow, I'll be going for this a lot sooner, let's put it that way. And we can do a bit of a skip there. Skipping the Shadow Clone Bridge. And I'll keep my Amigos tagged out. And fortunately, the game does auto-save when you collect the ninja cards, so if I screw this up, it's pretty much an instant return for me, so that's good. Because yeah, getting this ninja card is so useful for future battles, pretty much every battle after this. Oh my goodness. Okay, that could be worse. Wow. There we go, we got it. Let's go. Yeah, it's so easy to get KO'd in that I'm actually very surprised that killer combo did not finish me off. His damage is so far off the charts. I would actually advise, especially if you're new to speedrunning, to put on a health pill before the battle begins, because just in that one-off chance he subs and gets you from behind, that really, you're pretty much done. The health is just, it goes so quickly. I mean, that's only if you're not upgrading the health and chakra, I guess, but that's the thing. I'm always trying to upgrade the strength because it's sort of minimal at the start of the game, so that's why I don't change that till the end of the game. You can't do anymore. But yeah, by doing that little detour, yeah, we're going to see a very big, significant change in upcoming battles, so that's really great. We kind of already started to see just how big of a change the damage was just from upgrading the strength when going up against Sabuza. But now with that scroll that we got from the ninja card, on top of all of it, yeah, just look out, world. Because we don't have too many battles in this mission from here on out. We've got, I think, 2 all up. We try to inject more, of course, but most of the ones they just place in front of you at this point in the game, you can just kind of sprint hop around, so that's cool. But there is one where they literally put it on top of the fireworks, so you can't really skip that one. But yeah, for me, this is really where the speedrun starts to take off and you can really get through it a lot faster. So I'm going to, once again, tag out my Amigos when I'm looking for the scattered around fireworks.
Alors, si vous les retrouviez, cela me rendrait un grand service.
So yeah, tag out. I'll get Shoji because he's got the worst health, I think. Do this little trick again. Let's go. Avoid the paper bombs if I can. Let's go do this little skip. Get that one firework. Keep Neji here so he's ready to speak to the guy once I get the rest. avoid that enemy that's avoidable. Intercept this unavoidable enemy. And now we should see some pretty fast battle, hopefully. Yeah, the amount of damage that all does combined is insane. Compared to what we were doing prior to this mission. Yeah, there we go. Neji, sweet, there we go. Skip a fair bit. Akamaru. There we go. Yeah. That's the ideal way to do that. Now for this next part, there is a new strategy that I found recently where, yeah, on paper it is faster, but it's frame perfect basically to pull off the trick needed to do this. I didn't actually find this glitch. I forget who did it. It was posted 15 plus years ago pretty much. But it's... I don't even know if it's commonly known, to be honest, but there's a glitch you can do in this game where if you turn around, the frame you run out of time or you end the water walking, you can basically infinitely walk on the water forever. So I'm just going to upgrade my pills real quick. Okay, just one, let's go. Do this. It's a nice shortcut in reverse. And I do actually need to tag out my amigos because they do get in the way of trying to set this up, so... yeah, you can drop down here to interact with the water. Normally. Jump. There we go. Okay, and that's what I mean, you need to get frame perfect at this point. Depending on how many tries this takes, will determine if it's going to be, worth it or not. There we go. Okay, not too bad, but if it was first try, it would have been worth the time save, worth the effort. But once you get here, you pretty much skip everything normally you need to do. I'm going to jump in the water here to make sure I respawn where I'm supposed to, because otherwise that can be... once I finish the battle, it respawns me away, and I have to do all that again, basically. Enough. It's really frustrating when you KO an enemy. The game slows down on purpose to really show the impact. Like, wow, you KO'd the enemy. Unfortunately, that slowdown does not affect the pills progression, so that you kind of want to be mindful of what you use to KO your opponent. Now I can do the opposite of what I just did to get back, but even if you do that perfectly, it's actually slower compared to what I just did now. That I cannot believe I just did first try. That is so frustrating to get. So ironically, yeah, it's kind of the opposite of how it usually goes for that. Wow, let's go. I think that might be the first time I've actually pulled getting from the fireworks to the tree. First time I've done that as fast as that. Yeah, let's go. So I guess, where I screwed up for the water glitch, I made up for it by getting that one first try, so yeah, let's freaking go. Because that is really difficult to do. That's frustrating when you've got the money route, but it's a little off for whatever reason. I still want to be mindful since that enemy ninja's still there. And then that cues the end. I'm going to switch to Choji again since he's got the most health. Do this again, because again, like I said before, the game tries to tell you to go the long route back when, nah, you can take a faster route. And it's kind of a little bit closer to, or faster to get from this gate to the mansion, because there are rails that kind of assist you getting there. Unlike the route it's pointing you toward on the map. I forget if a cutscene is supposed to play if you do go in the direction it's pointing you. If it does, then yeah, you don't need to play that. But I would think so. But that could have been what I was thinking of before. You can really see how the physics kind of forget how to work when yeah, when you do that. You like sprint jump immediately after ending it. And yeah, that's done. Let's go. Wow. Yeah, it's really it's one of the more enjoyable fillers to get through, because there's so much you can do to either skip things or reduce the time on things or to make battles faster. It's really great, especially coming from much more slower battles. Oh wow, I totally butchered that. Yeah, you do want to take this route because the rails kind of just lead you right into the next part. So, yeah, this should be fun. This is, again, this got a bit of a glow up with the recent comparisons. I'm going to try my best to skip what normally would be like an unskippable wave of bandits. You can only do it if you make it back to the tree on time, and there's a few things that go into how to skip it and how to stop the time from speeding up the chances of getting the bandit to trigger, the wave to trigger. But I'll explain that a little closer when we get to it. And it pointed me in the wrong direction. Unless that was me turning around at the end. So yeah, when I load in, I'm gonna need to still keep using Naruto because we need to use the Rasengan to break down one of the barriers. Then we need to switch to Kiba because it's gonna want us to do one of those traps. Flip a switch. There is an enemy in the way, and I tried really hard to get around the enemy because I found that's how I found that you could trigger the jutsu on the doors, because I tried to go around. But it turns out, even though I can trigger the jutsu from the doors and avoid the enemy, when you enter the Akamaru gameplay, that triggers the enemy to fight. So much for that idea. But yeah, after that, I'm actually going to flip a switch. Ooh, can I upgrade this? Yes, I can. Ooh, so we're going to have even more damage, and even more because of the strength pill upgrade. Yeah, this is going to be fun. I'm actually going to have some rum real quick because I'm noticing Kiba and Neji are a bit lower. Yeah, I thought I'd eat shadow clones. Yeah, so switch to Kiba now. There are some paper bombs in the way, but that's exactly why I took them on. I'll try to get this if I can. Yeah, so there we go. Jutsu, and then it will trigger the battle, like so. Oh, sorry, I tagged out the Amigos for a second. Alright, yeah, that's so fast. That's what I mean, the run really does pick up from fireworks and onward. Okay, now I have to do this again, unfortunately, but you know, I just wanted to show that. So I'm still looking, I'm still trying to find ways to make things go faster. There we go. Okay, I'll still use Kiba because we still need him for another one coming up. Flip the switch as I said before. Actually, I'm going to switch to Neji if I can. Where are you? There you are. Because there are some bombs in the way here. And I don't want that to get into Kiba's too much. And now I'll play Kiba. Oh, that was awkward. There we go. Jump over this enemy because we can do that. Trigger this. Now there are some invisible paper bombs here. The only time it pops up is actually here, curiously. Stick to the... no, that didn't work. I was going to say stick to the right, but yeah, you only do that after, because I got both bombs on both playthroughs now. So you definitely stick to the right here. Gotta be mindful of the one that I hit there, and there's one to the left here, and then you go left here. So I kind of butchered it, but yeah. You get a feel for it with, if you use the Byakugan to really see where it is. But that's the thing, we're trying to skip that, I guess, but yeah. You can skip this enemy, but I think it all depends on how you end this for a Sakon sequence. So I'm going to try, press the joystick now, I pressed it in the end there, so that's why that triggered, I think. I think it's to do with the joystick, I think. I could be wrong, but that's what it seems to be. Son. First grab. Yeah, so now starting to block more. And like I said, just get up and wire. It's my go-to when that happens. Okay, Neji, you're up, because there are some more bombs. Okay, I'm going to tag everybody out. Try this out and see if it pays off. I'm going to take down this Sakon barrier. You can skip this, but I'm going to need to do this if I'm going to skip bandits. Switch to Neji, get that, switch to Naruto. Don't need to worry about tagging everybody back in. Switching to Naruto is the most important as of now. Sometimes you almost think, man, they're blocking so much, should I just hold down Y and up the whole time? Hold down up and press Y the whole time? There we go. Yeah, nice. So I'm going to be very careful with this part of gameplay, because the way bandits work here is if you get too close to them, it increases or decreases the time you have left before an enemy ninja triggers. So I'm going to jump a little bit here. Avoid that. That was awkward. You need to be so perfect at this gameplay. Nah, that's probably gonna trigger it. I needed to avoid that spike. Yeah, nah, damn. If I avoided that, I might have had a shot. The mana strength kills, oh well. Yeah, if you can do all that gameplay without fail, you can just make it back to the tree without triggering this wave of enemies. Thankfully, I only got a single enemy, so I was very lucky to get that, and only that. Because most of the time it's 2 to 3 enemies, so yeah, it definitely could have been worse. But yeah. Have yet to implement that enemy-less strategy from the flower back to the tree in a run, but the main thing it is doable. You just really need to get the ideal gameplay. Yeah, the spikes I haven't. That really did catch me off guard, because pretty much every time I've tried that and tried to get the gameplay practiced enough, every time the spike wasn't really a problem at all. So I don't know if that's because I was loading into a save and that stopped it working or something. But yeah, that definitely caught me off guard. Still, what the heck? Ultimately, that wasn't too bad.
Oh, merci 1000 fois, les enfants.
Pas de problème.
Comment ça, pas de problème? Comme si ça avait été une promenade de santé.
Guy Sensei, je ne comprends pas. De quoi souffrez-vous?
Yeah,
Pourquoi cette plante?
one thing I also want to point out is the Rasengan barrier. I don't know what the heck's going on with the collision to, you know, walk past there, but there is like a big piece of invisible collision eating into half of the route. So you really want to try to sprint hop over that if you can. You kind of saw it when I tried to get back, but I did get a little bit caught, so I kind of just double jumped over it. But yeah, that is really finicky, so definitely be wary of that. Now we begin our first and only mission. Well, I guess if you don't include the first one at the start, but that was more of a filler tutorial. Not that this isn't filler, but I guess the enemy in this is from an anime filler episode, or episodes, so yeah. But I guess it's the only mission you get to have full-on Squad 7 action where Sasuke's in his traditional blue and white uniform instead of the tuning exam gear. So this is another comparison I need to make, but yeah, it's unclear to me as to who is faster to use at this point, because Sasuke has also had a bit of a blow up off screen, and I'm sure a portion of that is to do with the fact that I do have the ninja card scroll and the other scroll upgrade, but I'm not sure whether or not upgrading Naruto's strength affects Sasuke. I don't believe it does. I believe everybody has their own stats for that reason. So I'll upgrade this because I didn't. Yeah, wow, fresh out. That's right. So that's the thing. I couldn't actually do anything about that because again, they treated me like I was in a ninja race, pretty much. That's right. I'm gonna get this injected fight. I would say it's faster to use Naruto, and not just because we've got a damage increase, but I think just generally. Like, I like using Sasuke a lot, but I've noticed his combos tend to make the enemies block a lot more. Naruto's just seem to be a little bit more reliable. Oh, that's another thing. This is the only mission where we get to play as Sakon. In the story, at least. Because that's the thing, we hadn't learned how to use it when we did the first mission, so... Now this next part got quite the glow up as well, because for the longest time I was like, oh man, how do I do this and fast? So, we want to flip the far left switch, so we've just got one in our way, because that's fair enough for us to get through. At the moment, we do need to do a bridge. That's the only thing I'd like to make it a little faster if possible in the future. There's nothing that seems to be possible at the moment. Now we need Sasuke, because we're going to do this little funky exploit. Okay, I should have just jumped. Try again. Jump, and then jump immediately. There you go. And then we'll do the Chidori. Good. Which is already caught up. Tag out my meters if it will let me. Here we go. I'm gonna switch to Sakura in case I lose health. Land here. Go back because I need to update the X marks the spot to trigger the next part. Switch back to Sasuke. This camera would have already triggered, but it updates the NPCs coming up, so yep. And by doing that, we skip a lot of time. We skip having to do another bridge for Sasuke to do his Chidori. We skip having to do the Rasengan for the earlier part. And we skip Sakura needing to jump across to flip her, basically for all turns to flip her switches. Yeah, so that saves an enormous amount of time. And I'm really glad for that reason that I practiced up on it to sum down what was faster. Because I didn't even know you could get there and all you needed to do was update the X, because otherwise it would have been done sooner. Little late than never though. Alright, so now I'm going to switch to Sakura because she has the most health at the moment. And this part is kind of known for being tricky. We're lucky though. Tag everybody back in. Did I use any? I used some, that's right, yep. So pretty much the hills, and now
Occupons-nous de ça.
Needless to say, there are a lot of animation delays, and it's really frustrating when you go to punch. But because animation delay, you don't punch, and in that case, you get grabbed because of it. Whew. That was close. To a single enemy, this one. Not worth the strength bill. We'll go for it on the next one though. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much the most of it. I tried to trigger LB just then because I was going to do some ramen. Both of them, but oh, no matter. Sub. And I need to do a killer combo so he doesn't get in the way. Like Itachi. Whoops. That's just me trying to get the release. On the trigger.
C'est l'épée du deuxième Hokage. Elle a traversé mon Chidori comme si de rien n'était.
Tu n'es pas digne de porter le nom d'Uchiwa.
We tried. Yeah. So you pretty much set up for just 2 combos there, and then with Sakon. I think on paper that really should be the case with Sasuke as well. So maybe that's a bit of a double-edged sword for the go-to combo. Really should just split that after this, but the main progress is done. So for better or worse, Naruto's health just there was a little bit beyond halfway gone. It's going to replenish all the way to full because we're about to get Naruto vs Sasuke, and yeah, it would have been nice to have, you know, where I, the player, left the health, but no, full health. But really, that's the benefit to not upgrading the health and chakra for Naruto all the way to this point in the game, at least, since we do have to go up against him.
Pitié! Je ne veux pas mourir!
Skippable. You can enter out of that. Exit out of that sooner. I believe this is actually the same maze from the first phase.
Mangekyo Sharingan.
I could be wrong. I think you just start on a different parts of the labyrinth. Such a cool visual. And this came out 08, so I always wondered if that was ahead of its time. Predicting the infinite Tsukuyomi,
Mon frère,
or if they
tu
knew.
n'es plus toi-même. Que t'est-il arrivé?
Pensais-tu vraiment que je tenais à toi? Toutes ces années, je n'ai joué au grand frère modèle que pour mieux évaluer ton potentiel.
Again, another instance of whether or not the language is going to be faster in length or not.
Le Mangekyo. Mais il existe une condition à son activation. Comme moi, tu dois tuer ton meilleur ami.
Comment? Non!
Seul le Mangekyo.
I did do a Japanese coverage of Rise of a Ninja for a record, but still have yet to do one for Broken Bond.
Lorsque tu auras les mêmes yeux.
Unless I did do one, I just
Tu
don't
arriveras
remember.
assez pour l'affronter.
Or maybe it was just too quiet. Anyway, so now we get Rage Mode unlocked.
Je veux me battre.
And it's at this point, like I said before, where you kind of want to start
Tu as toujours
adjusting your gameplay when your enemies
À moins que tu
get the
n'aies trop peur
ability
de
to
moi.
rage. You want to kind of go for single punches, because that seems to not make them trigger rage. They can still trigger it, just not as much.
Alors suis-moi.
Okay, so that's interesting. Rage mode still behaves like Resident Ninja. Unlike Jutsu's where it resets its states.
Qu'est-ce qui vous prend Je vous trouve un peu trop agressif.
So unfortunately, this routing has always been awkward for me. Again, another comparison I need to make, but
Mon shidori était
yeah,
plus
it's
facile face à un camarade ou un allié. Voulais-tu
it's
tuer
a little alien to me at the moment whether or not to take the rails to the academy or to just sprint there. Because the problem isn't so much the speed, it's also where it takes you. Because unfortunately there really aren't any rails that take you to the academy directly. You get close, but it's still quite a fair distance away, and that minor time loss might make this faster. But again, it is something I need to look more into. So what's this like? Okay, I'm on 2. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do a pit stop to the tool shop before I trigger the Jerober battle, because we're so close to that area that, yeah. This might be faster to take the rails from where I was to here. There we go. But I do know from here, once you're done with Jerober, you do want to take the high buildings to the stadium. That's, yeah, the rails are very useful there. Yeah, Jerober likes to block a lot too. Could be faster, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, so there's literally a tall building in front of us, which is perfect setup for the stadium route. Whoop. Too fast. You don't want to jump here because I've learnt this the hard way. So that's like a bit of waiting time for the animation to end. There you go.
Alors, le seigneur Orochimaru avait raison. Même blessé, sa force est sûre.
Bien sûr qu'il avait raison.
Yeah, you can go,
Je pense que cette contrée
when you're walking on walls, or even walking on water,
Vous en jugerez par
if
vous.
you're too fast or too slow, it will screw up, so you need the balance. Conversely, for this part, there is a building pretty much in front of us, and that, if I don't screw this up again, takes us directly to the Sakura cutscene. You can literally just jump from here at the end and then it just fades out.
Une fois de plus, Tu ne me dis rien.
Then we get a bit of a long pause, but you really want to be prepared for the spam. It's a lot of text, a lot of dialogue.
Sakura,
I think that merged actually.
merci. Merci pour tout.
I'm a little surprised that's not a video actually, because I remember there was, in like the early stages of the game, they had Sasuke like fully modeled as if it was right off of the anime. He had like the backpack, he had no headband, I don't even think he had the little arm things that he wears in this game, but doesn't in the anime at this point in the story. It was also back when the sky wasn't all red and, you know, infinite Tsukuyomi-esque. But I mentioned this before, gone back much earlier, but yeah, you do need to take down the two Chidori rocks, because if you skip them, which you can do, irrespective of how fast you do it, you need to trigger, you need to get rid of the boulders to trigger the next part of the story, because otherwise the Sakon battle won't trigger. So it's kind of unfortunate since these aren't on paper skippable. Like even this, you could literally just jump on that rock back there and jump over this. But yeah, curious that this program to need both. Can't skip a single one.
Ça, c'est me tester, mais...
Yes, let's go, Rageless. I have very rarely, in fact, I can't recall a time where I haven't,
Une chose est sûre,
I can't recall a time I've done that where
je
I
ne peux pas mourir.
didn't get a rage
Pas maintenant.
by the enemy. For some reason, for that particular battle, it seems to be more annoying when they rage for that compared to in the exam stadium. Not sure why. But anyway, now we're coming up to Triple Threat, the filler arc. As if this didn't have enough filler. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do like the idea of implementing a bit of a mission to show how Choji got the likes of the triple threat, so when it comes up in the Sasuke retreat block, it's you can go, oh yeah, that's when I got that. It's just yeah, shame they interjected it right after Sasuke leaves. But anyway, so okay, pills, we good? Yeah, we're good, sort of. Can always upgrade it. This is another one I want to compare with the line length, because I remember this was quite a lengthy wait on the English side. Even after the line finishes, actually. So I actually was just practicing this coming up, as recently as an hour ago before this speed run, because the last run, I kind of butchered it. I really just felt lost. I didn't know where to go, what to do. And it really badly needs a comparison, because there are ideas and there are skips that can be made. But again, on paper, ooh, you can jump over a Choji barrier? Well, that's faster, right? Should be. But, no, turns out you kind of need to do things in a specific order. Yeah, this part, this first part is some sweat. It's just the next part I need to improve upon. Because, yeah, there's two Choji barriers, and the first one you can't jump over, but you can go around it. And to get back into that area, you can jump over that barrier. The problem with doing that, however, is that there is no way to complete the puzzle, the minigame, as we'll soon see, because there's spikes in the way, and you need to get to the center part, so I'm actually going to do something a little risky. I can always load into the order save if I butcher this. So I'll do this, and I'll do this, jump over that, they'll try to follow. I need to get close to the spikes. Nope, this is the one time they decided, nah, let's do something different. Of course, of course. Yeah, it's not too far back, thankfully. If they keep doing this, I'll have to ditch the idea. Because again, this is literally, like, today fresh, so I don't know how reliable this strategy actually is. Okay, there we go. Tag out, tag out.
Okay.
Yes, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, thank God I got it. Second try. Let's go.
Okay.
So, kind of hard to explain, but I basically used the AI to walk through the spikes for me as Naruto. The AI don't like crossing this bridge for some reason. I have no idea why. It's so whack. Not too far distance, thankfully, but still annoying. And that happens, because of course it does. But yeah, I basically was able to use the AI to catch up with me, and by doing that it went around, and I actually intended to tag him out to stop Shikamaru moving, so I could switch to him, but, you know, just as equally works as just, you know, switching to Shikamaru, so yeah, by doing that I can get into the area and essentially skip the puzzle, make it a lot faster, and get another interjected bandit here, bandits, enemies, and ninjas. But yeah, that is the first time I'm pulling that off in a run. Would have been nice again to do that first try, but good to know that there are, you know, what to be wary of, what to be mindful of with the risks. No rage, let's go. I only took a strength pill for that reason, just to make sure I don't get the rage, because I mean, it's worth it in my eyes. Because even though it might not do as much damage to have the strength pill, it means more time in the battle, and more time in the battle means more chance for the AI to trigger the rage, so... But, yeah, that puzzle skip is, it's really fresh. And I'm hoping that it can be relied on. You can do it without any hassle. I think I screwed it up the first time because I got in the way with the switch, and I think Akamaru kind of got caught on that, and he didn't follow like he was supposed to, so I think it should be fine. So for this next part, I should have practiced this, because I butchered this last time. So we need to do this, and you can do this without kicking the spikes down, curiously. You can actually do the same thing I was saying on one earlier edgy filler. Now we're going to tag out meters, jump over the spikes, get that, play Akamaru, jump over these spikes, tag back, because as soon as we get this, it's going to trigger the battle. Because that's the thing, we don't want to get this and, you know, have Naruto tagged out. Get a funky camera, because of course, we're in a shadow position. We were supposed to get the shadow position one first. Now, I actually did do some unnecessary hits after they got KO'd. Yes, let's go, no rage. The reason why I'm pointing out unnecessary hits after they've been KO'd is that when they get KO'd, if you keep hitting them, their overdrive meter goes up much, much more faster. And if that happens at this point in the game, that means they get rage sooner,
Il ne va jamais y croire. On a bien fait de venir évaluer les défenses du village. Regarde,
yeah, be mindful
il
of
ne
that.
se doute de rien.
I'm
Passons à
still
l'assaut tout de
trying
suite.
to adjust my own gameplay.
On va attendre qu'ils aient tout rassemblé.
Unfortunately, it's very easy to for the game to treat a single tap on the X button as like a quadruple X combo. You know, I don't know why it does that. You might even feel like you hit it once or even twice, but it still triggers the full combo. It's really weird. I'm not sure why it does that, but it's not just Naruto, it does affect other characters. I think the best example of that happening is Akamaru. I know for a fact that I only hit it once or twice, and if the enemy is blocking, for some reason it's programmed to continue and finish the combo. And it's but why? I didn't hit it that many times. And because of that programming, I don't get the shorter animation end. But again, you kind of get a feel for where to go. They are kind of everywhere here. I'm gonna tag out. So you can do this, or try to be straight when you do it and not steer mid-jump. Yeah, that was late. Sorry, not late, early. Yeah, that looks good. No. Nope. Yeah, sadly there's no real easy way to do this. You just do it or you don't. You can't really do anything else aside from the normal method. I'm gonna get the herbs. Because the main reason I did that was to basically prolong when I get the enemies. Come on. And the camera has to be reset because of course. Yeah, okay. Oh wait, no, that's normal. That's normal. These are the enemies I'm supposed to fight. So that is... Okay, that actually adds to my theory that the hitbox, or the range for the enemies' hitboxes increased, basically. That's worse. I'm not trying to... Nice. Yeah, I am tagged up. Okay, let's bring everybody back. Can I get this, please? Why is this being difficult? There we go, finally. Okay, now, pills. And now we'll get the cutscene. Because what I was trying to do was I was trying to get that battle that we just did to play now, but because I took so long, it expanded the range for this battle basically triggering. Because it's supposed to trigger pretty much a little bit of progression after you get the final herbs. So, okay, where am I going here? I can actually jump over this. I don't know why I'm waiting for it. Okay, now this you gotta be very careful of. Ideally, playing as Churgy. That's the thing there, because I can't see. Yeah, because I tagged them out and did the skip. They're not with me. Oh my god, I can't believe I clutched that. Let's go. Yeah, the hitboxes get finicky when they're in the air. Yeah, if they walk away, I've noticed this combo is a real nice go-to. Because if not, forward and X like that. Yes, no rage, let's go. So I forget if it's this one. You could go back to the village through the other tree. But I think you still need to view the cutscene after this tree ahead of me. So because of that, you either need to go back to this gate, plus time loss, or you do skip it. But I'm pretty sure you do need to go back to the gate. There is like a evening after all this time. Because the whole thing is Church is trying to get Shikamaru to be the leader, but Shikamaru wants to prove that Church is his own leader in this predicament. It's a fun bit of filler, but you know, again, I think if it was like a side quest, or even if it was something you needed to do, if it was a little sooner in the story and not interjected mid Sasuke retrieval, you know, that'd be nice. Have this anymore, so I can't really rely on that. Although, you could kind of do that, sort of, if you get that first try. I actually did intend to kind of cut through the buildings there, but oh well. And we get the lighting changed dramatically. Okay, so I do need to do a pit stop at the shops, but I'll do that when I get to the enemy camp. Get a long bit of text and dialogue. So I purposely tried to not steer around there in case, but you know, obviously it's program that way to turn around because of the Sakura cutscene. So we're not doing too bad, actually. Like, wow, sub 3 when we begin the official Sasuke retrieval. Because you could start it, you know, when Sasuke's getting the Mangekure side effects. And they have their little hospital fight, but because of the filler, I guess it really does begin now. So, yeah, sub 3, that's really good. If all goes well, this should be a sub 4. I don't know about okay, no, nothing there. No. I don't know about sub 3, 4, 5, but I don't want to push my luck at the same time. Okay, so this routing is a little finicky. I'm still trying to get used to it. It's not that I don't know where to go, it's just I'm kind of updating it in my mind every time I like return to the game, but now I'm really like trying to be ahead of my time type of thing. A bit more prepared. But because I guess the only thing I really tend to forget when doing this is that when you do the skip coming up, there's a few things you need to do. Jump over that, jump over the enemy. Try to do this in one shot. Nope. But the thing I tend to forget a lot is flipping the switch, basically. And I tune up the brightness, and I do advise it for better performance. But it's ultimately to see what the heck's going on now, because it's so dark. If not, be mindful of the enemies, because they don't like anybody. Am I good to go? Yes, I am. 5, let's go. Yeah, so that wasn't too bad. Yeah, I tend to forget to flip the switch, and that is a really big no-no. You need to flip that switch. So if you do not, and you access this tree, which you can, you will not trigger the cutscene to start the next battle, and you will not only have soft locked the game, but you will also have basically ended the speedrun, because it autosaves every time you finish a tree action sequence. So, with that in mind, where you load when the cutscene doesn't play, because you've skipped the switch that's needed, you basically spawn in the area that you're supposed to fight, Jorover. But again, because the cutscene isn't playing and there's no collision in this area, because we're not technically meant to run around this area, we'll basically be falling endlessly. And as it just autosaved then, we'd be stuck here, and we wouldn't be able to get back. We wouldn't be able to access anything. We can jump, but that's about it. We can't get anywhere. There's no tree for us to go backward. Yeah, the game is dead. Or rather, the speedrun's dead, I should say. Because that's the thing. If you soft lock it and you've got the autosave on that soft lock, yeah, the run is dead. And I found that out the hard way. It's very frustrating when that happens. Trying to save my strength pills for what's it called, the Neji phase coming up. I really want to get that jutsu list. I did it last run. I'd like to do it again, and I'd like to do it without Sakon making up for it.
Mais tu sais, chaque équipe traîne son boulet. Dès que les ennuis arrivent, c'est le premier à être abandonné. En général, il s'agit de l'obèse de service.
Forgot to mention it, but you can skip the Sasuke flashbacks before the Labyrinth Part 2. Conversely, you can skip this cutscene because it is long enough and it is a video.
Joji, c'est toi qui as fait appel à nous. C'est ta mission.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I didn't do a strength build there was for that reason. This phase triggers pretty early on in the boss, and because after that you don't, it's not focused on you ticking down the boss, but instead buying time and speed this part up. That's why I don't really want to rely on a strength build for that. I could have, it wouldn't really make a big difference. If anything, it probably would be faster. It's just, I want to make damn sure that I have as many strength builds for this next Neji phase coming up. Because, yeah, Kidomaru is easily the worst part of this game by far. The second phase specifically. Yeah, it's not pretty. And if you don't have all these strength upgrades and scrolls and strength pills and all that, that is a royal block in kind of progression, you know. The speedrun is might as well be on pause. You'll be stuck on that for a long time. And you gotta hope that you have the health pills to help you out, because if not, you might be, like me, stuck on it for over half an hour. Yeah, that bad. That's why I knew things had to change after that.
Désolé, Shikamaru. Je ne vous rejoindrai pas.
Yeah, honestly, the first phase for Kidomaru really isn't that bad. It's everything kind of just goes to hell when on the second phase because of the AI just wanting to do jutsu every second it gets a chance to. You can skip that one too. Now this is one of the early times in the game, as far as I'm aware, at the time of this stream, that you can actually shorten a tree action sequence, and I think the reasoning to that is because this isn't a common tree action sequence. This is only a tree action sequence that's needed and used for story progression, and I think because of that, for that reason, it wasn't tested as much as the others. Because if you stick to the far right, coming up in a few seconds, there'll be a route where you can run on a tree and kind of jump back on track. And when that happens, here it is. It ends it. You'll see now. This next one, boom. Ends it much sooner. I don't know why it does that, and I don't know why it consistently is set up that way. But like I said, my theory is that it's because it's a story tree action sequence which you can't access once you finish the game. And because of which, it didn't have as much time to be tested, so... But as far as I know, that's the only one in the game that does it. I don't know if it behaves similarly for the Jirobo tree, or the three-way deadlock tree, or the Kidomaru, Kimimaru tree. I don't know, but yeah, there's something to look more into. For sure.
Naruto, merci d'avoir détourné son attention.
Okay, here we go. Let's begin. Oh my goodness, my health. Yeah, I dodged and there's no time at all. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it before, but that's Neji's grocery right there. Yeah, I dodged again. It didn't happen. Whack.
Tes tirades sur le destin laissent supposer que personne ne peut changer. Eh ben, tu te trompes.
So I don't believe the difficulty spike occurs till pretty much when the curse mark kicks in. So right now we're okay, but as soon as it kicks in, which is pretty early on, yeah, now it should start getting difficult. Hey, look at that. Point blank. Damn it. Don't dodge. Yes, let's go. That is still so very stressful. And I mean, you know, it says it all right there with that last attempt. Point blank, and he tried to freaking jutsu. Ridiculous. Sakon does have similar programming. It's not as radical and harsh as this, mind you. But it is something I definitely need to be wary of. Amateurs, because that's definitely... Yeah, it caught me off guard last time because I forgot that it still behaves that way.
Les amis, continuez sans moi.
Yeah, this is going nice. I don't know, I can't really judge it.
Seigneur Orochimaru, il est temps d'envisager une autre solution.
But given the fact that it was 33 when we get Sakon done, so we've got a bit of dialogue, a bit of progression, got to restock up on the pills and stuff. Make sure I don't butcher the clone bridge again. So I went around, and I don't know why I keep trying to go around when you don't even really need to. It's not technically faster. It looks like it's faster because you like, oh, you're jumping around, you can skip the switch, but no, you need to do the switch.
Sans y réfléchir une seule seconde.
Kabuto, envoyez ce pauvre enfant malade. Quelle froide et abjecte personne tu es.
And the battles are pretty fast for the Sakon phases. I'm actually going to try something. I forgot to. Oof, that is slow. I'm going to try, when this finishes, I'm going to try to jog when I get the switch flipped, because I'm going to try something that I don't really get many times to try. But I'm going to see if I can figure out what is causing this animation. What's causing this speed up glitch that's not really known. I've encountered it a few times now, but despite that, I really don't know much about it. All I know is that LT eliminates the speed glitch. A fight eliminates the speed glitch. So, I wonder what this location is. I don't recognize it. Okay, so we need, yeah, Naruto. I did that without getting hit. Let's go. And now the damage should be even more over the top. Avoid that. Nope. Avoid that. Yes. Switch. Flip. I can feel the speed. Freaking. Yep. It's. Good thing there's an autosave right there. Yeah, I could see it and I could feel it. It wasn't as fast as last run. Oh, hello. We still got it. Am I tripping? No. I think. Okay, yeah, really strange, this speed glitch, because it seems to trigger on autosaves. Yeah, really bizarre. Don't know why. But because of that, I don't think it can be pulled off more often.
Okay.
Now again, you'd think this would be a perfect time, you know, being like the final mission, to have the bombs transparent, but, you know, like they were in the shampoo filler, but, no, still visible. If you had the brightness down, they're more harder to see, but again, it's why I advise bringing this up a little bit, not just for the play performance, but to see it more. Yeah. Be mindful of the enemy ninja walking around. Land on this, and then you can do a sprint hop across there. Skip all that stuff. And I should, if I've done everything right, get an auto save right about now. Yep, let's go. Replenish my strength pills, my health pills. Can upgrade that. Let's go. No ramen, but don't need it. Not right now, at least. Well, actually, no, I don't really need it for the end of the game at this point. So yeah, for all I know, there could be another one of these targets, or whatever you call them, that ends this reaction sequence earlier. We just have yet to find it. And that's why I always like checking out other people's playthroughs of the game, just in case they find something that hasn't been found. I remember on my first playthrough for Resident Ninja, I encountered a very strange glitch where I was basically fighting Naruto against Naruto in the Forest of Death, and this was all story mode, so it was just really weird, and I couldn't figure out why, how it triggered, and how to recreate it. I thought it was a fluke or a one-off, something that got patched in perhaps an update, but because especially since, you know, so many years after that, I couldn't recreate that. But then I saw it in a playthrough. I was like, oh, hang on. Let's retrace their steps. So I remember even in my Discord about these two games, someone brought it up there. Oh yeah, I got Naruto v Naruto. So I knew that other people were getting it, and it wasn't just we, it was an update specific thing. But yeah, in the end I figured it out, because I recreated it on the Steam Deck, and I was like, hang on, retrace my steps here. What did I do? What do videos do to get it working? And ultimately, it was falling off of the tree and not triggering an enemy ninja at the end of that failure animation. If you can do that and then trigger the next battle, you battle Naruto. That's really it's cool, actually. because it's like a one-hit kill battle. So conversely for here, you know, we're going to get more frequent glitches performed, even if accidentally. Oh, I'm an idiot. Whoops. What? Did I not? I thought, didn't it tell me to end it? What? What? I did! Oh. And it caught me off guard for that reason. Son of a glitch. Dude, that is whack. What? I'm not tripping, am I? I saw the blue message. It said, hey, do your jutsu. I did my jutsu. It triggered the freaking minigame instead, and that threw me off. So much for doing all this jutsus. Alright, try again. Hello? It triggers the minigame, I'm screwed. Okay, yeah, no, I'm not tripping. I'm looking at now, at the stream playback. Blue message jutsu. That is the first time that has backstabbed me. I wish my reflexes were a bit better. I might have.
Akamaru.
I was gonna rage, but you know, I just ran out of time. Yeah, that is the first time that's happened. Fuck. Okay, good to know. And good for you, the viewer, to know that there are chances that doing a jutsu won't end the round. I'm curious why it didn't. Was it to do with the health bar? Was it to do with how the message triggered? That was really weird. And the fact that it hasn't happened before till now had to have been something very specific to cause it. So, okay, that's unfortunate. Okay, enrage, but even better. Oh shit. Come on, jump. Of course. Oh my god. Okay, that was kind of butchered. Alright. And I'm out of strength kills, even better. Fortunately, this next part is just time-based, so there's that. So, fortunately, this is a lot more forgiving in this phase. You can quite literally just hold down B and you're good. It's just that down attack that might trim down the health. But, yeah, she pretty much never does the jutsu, well, usually. Yeah, that first phase was a little ugly, but I mean, to be fair, this really is the first time I'm really implementing a lot of these new combos and strats out. If you don't include it, I mean, it's the first time for Genin at least. Whoa, okay, there you go. Yeah, no, grab, by all means. Plays the inevitable. Oh! still at point blank. Guitar Hero action. I'm not letting you beat me. Sorry, okay. Bear that in mind. Do not... Yeah, just be mindful of the health, the pills, the pill animation, because that prevented me from punching to cancel the jutsu. Again, another moment of animation delays really stopping the inputs that I've put in from actually doing what I'm telling it to do. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I'm just glad that the Akamaru part was at least good. Because the others are a bit more forgiving. Still, 2 jutsu. Yeah, where I got by with Akamaru, the others made up for it. Still, I think Sakon's probably the most frustrating since, you know, I flat out did it. You know, do the jutsu, did the jutsu, triggered the minigame, didn't end it. So I'm going to try to remind myself now to jog when this ends, because again, another instance where we get to get the speed glitch, so I'm going to see if it triggers just by jogging now. Nope. Yeah, not at all. So that is, okay. So, alright. Doesn't appear jogging, because that's both times now, for both instances where the game will give you the speed up, and both times where I was jogging and it didn't. So the fact that it hasn't then, okay. It's obviously something more going on. Now this one's annoying because it is skippable, but again, like the shampoo fill-up. Okay, there we go. Let's go. What's my pills like? Yeah, let's run them out. Doy. Oh wow, even out of health pills. Alright. Still, what was the time? 3? So like 8 minutes ahead. Okay, so based on that, we're looking at sub 355 potentially, depending on how swiftly we get through these next few battles coming up. Normally Naruto's my go-to for Naruto and Lee v Akamaru, but I must say, at this point, Lee is kind of like OP. I mean, we'll soon see, but you can quite literally get through Gaara with three moves. Yeah, it's actually insane. Yeah, if ever we find a way to get, like I said, the Zabuza ninja card earlier, before we even get Choji on the team, because you know, technically speaking, we could, and I have done this outside of runs, I have actually gotten the Zabuza ninja info card before the fireworks mission, and it's when we first meet up with Choji for the potato chip ninja shenanigans. Bit of detouring, and that's why I don't really advise doing it in the run. There's a lot of backtracking for that reason. But and really the fireworks mission isn't really that far off from that point in the story.
Sasuke.
And that's what I mean. I don't know if I'd advise going for that.
Pourquoi est-ce que tu traînes avec ces minables?
But still, yeah, if I can find a way to get over that Choji barrier,
Tout le monde t'attend là-bas.
or find a way to interact with walking on water for that section of the hot spring area, yeah, run times are going to change quite drastically, no doubt. Should be fun. I forgot to split. Not too much time, thankfully.
Ta convalescence se passe très bien, Lee. Comment te sens-tu?
So yeah, let's see if I can do this. I haven't mentioned this, but up and X is the Yurju combo for me. 1, 2, 2. I did a lost run. There we go. It's like, what, 5 there because of the extra health. Luckily he didn't rage. Could have been worse. Yeah, I couldn't believe my eyes when I did that on the tune-in percent. Yeah, freaking 3. Of course ideal in 5 hits, but just really goes to show how much more damage we were able to do now. And for that reason, I don't know if it's faster to use Lee or to use Naruto when in this next boss coming up. It's still surreal to me, just how much has changed. I wish that I kept like the first runs I did for Resident Evil and Broken Bond, because I remember this started off as like an 8-hour speedrun. And that's the thing, it was essentially just a playthrough originally, because I really had to do everything and figure it out from there, since nothing was really established at that point. Yeah, there is another bandit that they try to inject, but you can just pop over. Like so, and coming up, same deal. Oh yeah, here, I have another one. Unfortunately, oh yeah, that's right, there's another one here too. Oh, that's close. I could have stumbled into them. Yeah, fortunately they have this tree which skips all the Jiroba, Akamaru shenanigans. But yeah, no, it skips the Sakon and Tiyuya traveling. So, yeah, I'm noticing that we finally have reached a point where the money isn't really an issue anymore. Remember when it was, oh wow, I'm like broke borderline. That's what I mean, it's like eventually it does get to a point where because there was no cap at 2500, you are good. You are clear for the rest of the game. Like, it might take a bit of time, but that's what I mean. If you, the longer it takes for the wallet to be upgraded, the harder it gets, because of the more strength pills you're going to need to get the faster battles. Okay, there we go. Now, this one is skippable, but it's kind of awkward. Like that. I don't like that. The hitbox isn't too unforgiving, thankfully, but still, I don't like it. This next one's pretty skippable as well. More so than Naruto's, but at the same time, still be cautious because I've accidentally triggered it sometimes. There we go. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, I'm almost curious to try out more of these red ones in case there's a red chance that one of them ends in Suma. It wouldn't surprise me if that would be the case, but it is something I kind of need to look more into.
Tu tombes à pic, vieux.
Almost. I think that's the right idea there. If he triggers rage, just switch to Naruto or try to do or Sengon or something to end it sooner. Try this again. Nice. Now he's gonna try to jutsu, much like the others, so yeah. Probably didn't need to use the strength pill on this to be fair. See, I guess the best advice I can give for battles like this, where you have the Choji and the Teyuya, just this one, where it's time-based, you want to probably either do a grab, that's a very good, useful time killer, and the time does go down during it, luckily, unlike jutsu. But at the same time, killer combos are also very useful. Because again, there's that long cooldown period. I'm lucky he hasn't tried to do jutsu so far. I'm gonna do this just to play it safe. I'd hate for him to jutsu right before the jutsu. Yeah, see, he tried. He freaking tried. That's exactly why he grew up. Especially towards the end. I hope that UI isn't going to get in the way of the rest of it. No. Good. So remember, that was bit of a small issue of Rise of Ninjas. You can get the summoning UI to stay on screen for the rest of the game. But there we go. Yeah, probably, or rather, also definitely not sub 345. And that's ultimately because of the, again, unskippable cutscenes. We'd be playing a very different game if we could skip all the cutscenes in this game. Yeah, sub 350 maybe. Okay, so this is the part where we can do this. And we'll see if that turns around to stab me in the back compared to upgrading the health. Because normally I do go for the health, but I want to see if it's worth going for. If it changes the, or if it helps with the shadow clones coming up. I also wanted to see if I'd have enough, when I wouldn't have enough for any more chakra upgrades, if I'd have enough to add anything to the health, but yeah, obviously not.
Si on tarde trop, on ne retrouvera jamais Sasuke et on donnera raison à ce type. On ne sera qu'une bande de minables, voilà.
That's alright though, I'm just gonna get through these 2 phases, then the rest is fine. I just have to be
Je sais de quel bois vous êtes fait. Ces gros nœuds ne nous battront
a
jamais.
bit more on edge with the health pills.
Tu as fait une promesse à Sakura. Tu dois la tenir.
Because of course I don't want to get murdered with this.
Sasuke, tu m'écoutes? Il faut que tu rentres. Tous nos amis ont risqué leur vie pour toi. Arrête de rire.
Parfois, tes yeux voient mieux que les miens. Sasuke erre dans les ténèbres. Si l'un de nous peut le sauver, c'est toi.
Ah, t'avais raison, Neji. Sur toute la ligne. Sasuke, je te ramènerai au village, même si ça doit te coûter la vie. Sasuke, est-ce que tu vas fuir encore une fois?
So I think I mentioned it earlier, but it's not really this first phase that I'm concerned about. It's also the second phase, because that's probably the most difficult of the 4. Because, yeah, like Kabuto, he goes through the auto jutsu phase without hand signs or charging, and it makes it feel a bit unfair in comparison.
Et tu divagues si tu crois que je vais te laisser gâcher ta vie.
It's actually pretty quick with the amount of strength upgrades for this first one. But that's the thing, the second one you can't just trim down the health and call it a day. You have to do what the game wants you to do.
Je n'ai pas le choix.
Yeah, perfect. Let's go.
Cherche à nous tuer. J'y crois pas. Gigi avait raison.
And we get our last
Vraiment dans les
video
ténèbres.
cutscene that we can skip till record, so that's coming up when we flash back to Itachi.
Nous étions amis. Tu vas pas me dire que tu l'as oublié. Tout ce qu'on a vécu avec l'équipe 7, Kakashi Sensei, Sakura, ça ne représente plus rien à tes yeux.
Si. C'est même la raison pour laquelle nous sommes ici. Tu es devenu mon meilleur ami.
Je fais partie des rares personnes capables d'utiliser le deuxième niveau du Sharingan.
Ah oui, mais alors, pourquoi est-ce qu'on se bat?
Car maintenant, te vaincre a enfin un sens.
Je ne comprends pas. Je ne sais pas ce qui t'est arrivé. Mais je vois bien que tu cherches à me tuer.
I believe for the next phase, when we get to the demon gameplay, I believe you actually need to do a kill combo, and I don't think it tells you that you need to. Okay, here we go. Let's see. What? Okay, that's whack. So that's the exact same thing that happened on the counter. I think that.
J'avengerai ma famille et mon clan.
Sharingan!
Go for this. Just one thing to need the animation. Because I mean, it kind of skips out of that anyway, so yeah. But again, just spam it. The wrong input because you don't want it to automatically give you the win. Again, I don't know why it does that, why it's programmed that way, but I don't know, maybe it changes for tuning and journing. I don't think it does. Yeah, I probably could have, you know, done that with one Shadow Clone, and again, just kind of,
Tu as été comme un frère pour moi.
Naruto.
yeah, I think doing that going forward, maybe don't use the chakra pills, especially if you've got, if you've maxed it out, like just what I did then.
D'égal à égal. Même si je doute toujours que tu
Yeah, I get the feeling that kind of, that's what made it not work. Because pretty much all the time I've never upgraded the health, I've never upgraded the chakra, I've upgraded the health, but I've relied on the chakra pill to do it. Yeah, and that got rid of that prompt. So yeah, I think you do need to do like a killer combo to upgrade it. Demon Naruto, just spam X, that's the fastest way to get through this. Because again, killer combos might look like they do more damage, but the cooldown makes it a little bit longer. Ooh, we're looking very close at sub 350. Unfortunately though, this phase is very long, so yeah, that might tip it just over ever so slightly. He's fighting back a lot more than he was on the shooting, I'll give him that. It's a bit more like it. Now, when his health gets red, I didn't know this, but the more you keep attacking him, the more it prevents the prompt from actually appearing, so you might want to slow down a little bit when it gets a bit more past the first meter, like now. Stop. There we go. Yeah, see, that's exactly what happened. Prevented the prompt. Oh, yeah, looks like we got it. A, and then X coming up. And then A again, regular time. Let's go! So 350 and sub 4. Yeah, I was hoping it'd be a sub 4. Yeah, not too many major screw-ups. I think definitely Sound 4 could have been better, and I think has been better in previous runs. But ultimately, it's the combat and the routing of areas that has made this time go down as much as it has. Because for comparison, what was my world record for the game was 4 hours and 11 minutes, so that is quite the time that has been trimmed off. Quite the time indeed. And that was done when? 4 or 5 years ago-ish? Oops, sorry about that. It was done 5 years ago. And a lot has been learned or relearned since then, so that's awesome. I'll have to remember to, actually, in case this adds fuel to the fire. It's a bad way to put it. In case the time of the in-game time goes up with the credits rolling, I'll skip through it. That's something I'll have to compare as well. Okay, so I'm going to write this down, since it is a record. Okay. Okay, so RTT 3 49 20 IGT 3 41 R1. And see, that's the thing, I actually don't know if that was going up, because I didn't skip the credits, so that might be something to consider if there aren't any details in the future. Needless to say, though, I definitely need to make more comparisons. Because I only really just recently started doing more, or just starting doing them at all, because I only really had one prior to this year.
Aujourd'hui, tu as la chance d'apprendre de tes erreurs. Tu peux la laisser passer ou la saisir et sauver tes amis la prochaine fois.
But yeah, that is the game. I hope this helps future runners. Because I know for sure, as of 5 years ago, the times, even earlier than that, back when it was a 5, 6, 8 hour speed run, it definitely was very intimidating as far as how long the story itself is. But I hope now that we're officially now in the 3s, I hope this encourages others to get into it, and hopefully this can be a good guide for those out there interested in wanting to run this.
Pire encore. À propos de la Katsuki, tu es leur prochaine cible. Tu as 3 ou 4 ans avant qu'ils ne te traquent.
Because that's the thing, yeah, there really is no competition at all. Right now it's just I'm alone on the SLC for broken
Je
bomb.
dois retrouver Sasuke avant qu'il ne rejoigne Orochimaru.
À ce propos, la mission n'a pas été un échec total. Orochimaru a dû changer de corps avant que Sasuke n'ait eu le temps.
I just heard
Il
that
a pu en changer avant au moins 3 ans.
some of the skips, the shortcuts that I found are going to be
Avec vous sera terminé.
enough to, you know,
Hors de
have
question.
people
Sasuke est parti de
be
son plein
interested
gré.
enough to
Je ne
want to look into
t'entraînerai
it.
pas pour que tu retournes lui.
Because that's the thing, you know, it really is,
Peut-être rien pour vous.
at the
Il est mon
moment,
ami.
just,
Et je le ramènerai coûte que coûte.
there's no real, like I said, major skips for this. There's just
Prépare-toi à
routing that
démarrer
you
son
can
chemin.
do to skip
Tiens, tu vois Sakura?
certain traps and
Sasuke,
maybe some enemy ninjas. But I guess really aside from that, yeah, really aside from that, it's just you can't really skip any of the scripts in the game. You can't skip major like filler or major plot lines. Well, not to my knowledge, there might be future things to find, which would be nice, but yeah, that's the game. So yeah, I've pretty much accomplished everything I wanted to for this anniversary speedrun stream. So I think with that, yeah, we'll end it off here. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. Want something out of this, and hopefully it's useful. And yeah, till next time, hope you all enjoyed and have a good one. Stay safe, and I'll be back with Earth 6 on the 24th. It's probably the 25th for you guys though, because of the time zones. But yeah, the 24th AU time. So we'll go on with that. It should be good. Yeah, thanks again. I'm out for now. Peace.